Rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take three lines forward?
He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Time, Tyson Gay right, hold all the way, he's looking right.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
I wanna take you away.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
As regards the world of sports, there will be other sports before we get to talk about some European football, then talk about Nigerian football today on the show. So it promises to be an exciting package for you this lovely afternoon. Yes, we'll be looking at the D Tigers. We'll be looking at a lot of other things. US Open will be commencing on Monday. Very soon we'll be taking a look at boxing as well. Well, there's a lot to talk about, and let's not forget football as regards the European scene. Premier League will be on the screens later on by 2 p.m. Build up for the Everton-Brighton game already going on. Crystal Palace and Nottingham Forest also play at the same time by 2 p.m. before we get to see Manchester United take on Fulham today. We will be looking into all that and a review of what happened on Friday and yesterday as well. So stay tuned, keep listening, and let's make it a blast.
I'll be waiting until young to fall asleep.
news and sports radio station today, 95.1 FM. Are you listening to the voice of Henry Ogugo here with you this lovely Sunday afternoon? Well, before we get to delve into what we have for you on the menu, let's go for a quick music break. We will be right back. and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM. Yes, let's head into what we have for you to take up the action today, as we will be starting off with basketball. But let's not forget that the show is interactive as well. We do have the feedback platforms for you to be a part of the show for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. The number is 0701 933 9962, 0701 933 9962. While for the SMS and what that's for the SMS and WhatsApp portal, beg your pardon. While for the phone lines, the number is 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. So let's start off with Nigeria's D Tigers, as they were left to rue missed chances at the 2025 FIBA Afro Basket after bowing out of the tournament, with head coach Mohamed Abdul-Rahman and team captain Ike Nwamu expressing disappointment over their quarterfinal exit. Now, both lamented the team's inability to capitalize on key moments, admitting that the result fell short of expectations despite the players' efforts on the court. Now, the 2015 champions succumbed 91-75 points to the might of regional rivals and African powerhouse Senegal to bid farewell to the quadrennial competition currently taking place in Angola. Now, the team had topped Group B with 6 points, which earned them a place in the last 8 after securing victories over Madagascar, Tunisia, and Cameroon, respectively. However, when it came to crunch time, Senegal dominated Nigeria in most parts of the clash, especially in the second half, with Branksou Badiou and Jean-Jacques Boissy both putting on a show to lead the Teranga Lions to proceed to a fifth consecutive AfroBasket semi-final since the 2013 edition of the tournament in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. Nonetheless, Coach Abdul Rahman was full of admiration for the team. The former Gombe Bulls handler revealed, and I quote, "On the night we were supposed to bring our A game, we fell short. I'm not taking any credit away from Senegal. They deserve the win. I'm proud of how we played. We have an identity now, and we are just moving from it." Now, co-captain Wamu also shared his coach's sentiments, as he said, "It hurts. We had high hopes. We had a really good fun group. We all love each other, but it's all part of the game. One team has to win, another team has to lose. It was not our day. They came out with more energy, and we were kind of flat to start with. They are a really good team, and they got lots of high level players." Now, there's been a lot of comparison being drawn from as a result of the fact that the D Tigers did win their 5th consecutive AfroBasket title just some couple of weeks before we did get the men's AfroBasket up to a start as regards the AfroBasket. And yeah, a lot of people are not saying what the women can do, or why are the men struggling up to actually level up, or struggling to level up to what the women have actually been doing. 5-time champions in a row. The men haven't won since they did win in 2015, and it's been very poor displays from them in subsequent years. Barring their defense in 2017, where they did reach the finals, losing to Tunisia. And a lot of people have called into question the administrative capabilities of the man that's heading the NBBF, Musa Kida. Well, according to an article, it did describe the Basketball Federation as, will you say, having an upward trajectory since the man took over from Tijani Umar. And that article, in a way, you might want to say, contradicted itself, whilst saying that Mali and Senegal had the opportunity to train and tour in Europe for about 3 months and playing top quality friendlies games, but the D Tigers only count for a few days due to financial constraints. Now, it also noted the fact that Musa Kida himself has also used some of his personal monies to actually help boost basketball in the country and help the national teams try to achieve what they've been able to achieve across the years in the sport. So we're looking at everything. Yes, you might say he's done enough, or he's done a lot as regards helping basketball with his personal funds, but you now ask yourself, is that enough? Senegal were in camp for 2-3 months playing top class friendlies. Mali, a lot of the other countries we got to play, or that are in this Afro basket, both men and women, were doing it. And our ladies, 5 to 6 days in camp. You also have to say that that is the best squad Nigeria has as regards the D Tigers, from Promise Amukamara to Ezine Kalu to Emi Okonkwo to Macaulay. You can go on and mention Mujana to Musa. that is actually the best team Nigeria has on offer, has to offer as regards the women's game in basketball. They are top class players playing in top class leagues around the world, either in the Euro League, over there in the United States in the WNBA. So they are strutting their stuff at that high level. 5 to 6 days in camp. They're used to playing together for a while, or they are very familiar with each other, and they throw themselves out there into the AfroBasket Women's Championship, and they go on and defend their title. Then you come to the men's side of things. Senegal, Mali, we all saw what South Sudan actually did last year during the Olympic Games, or pre-qualifiers before the Olympic Games, actually defeating the United States. So that tells a lot about them. Cape Verde have been on an upward trajectory. We had Tunisia, Cameroon. These are all sides who have won the AfroBasket, barring South Sudan and Cape Verde. And there are sides that have been in camp for a while, dominating and playing very good friendly games, and also have their best legs at hand. Now the D Tigers, 5 or 6 days in camp. 5 or 6 days in camp. Just that. And you look at the roster and you're like, this is nowhere near the best legs that we have to offer. A lot of the big names don't even want to turn up to play for the D Tigers because of how administration has been, or how poor it's been. Let's not forget the indefinite ban we placed on ourselves, or the debacle that happened before the Tokyo Olympic Games, where they were complaining about their allowances, their bonuses, their camping treatments and everything. And a lot of them have decided that they are not ready or interested enough to play for the Nigerian national basketball team. And you might say, well, they are not being patriotic or what, but is it about patriotism or about you doing your own end at the end of the day? Now, these guys are playing in the NBA. They're playing in the Euro League, making millions of dollars and euros every year. And they don't have to put up with the mess probably we end up, or we actually put up here in this country. You look at their female counterparts, a lot of them might be playing at that level, but they're not really earning as much as the men are. Perso Chachuwa can play out his whole career in the NBA and decide, maybe I don't need to play for Nigeria because I'm making some cool cash there. Jordan Wara could do the same thing. Josh Okoje, who was part of this team, could actually do the same thing. But we ask ourselves, can the women or the ladies actually do that? Now, WNBA players are calling for a huge pay increase, saying that their salaries cannot meet up with their needs and their responsibilities and their lifestyle, that they earn peanuts compared to the men. We've had the likes of Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese. They've all come out to actually complain or talk about this. So, there's that question, like, maybe the women actually need the national landscape more, that they need to put in that effort to put themselves on the map, because it just feels like a lot of the players, even when you look at football, the Super Eagles, Victor Osimhen can play for Galatasaray and Napoli for the rest of his career without playing for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. It doesn't make a difference because he's making his cool money or his cool or hard-earned cash, and he still has the reputation he needs. But do you think that's actually the same for the women? And do you think maybe that's why we're seeing so much disparities as regards success in both the women's game in Nigeria and the men's game in Nigeria? 0701 933 9962, 0701 933 9962. That's for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. For the phone lines, the number is 0810 9510 951, 0810 9510 951. Let's get your thoughts as regards this. Now, do you think the fact that the national stage actually portrays, or will you say gives the women a bigger platform that what will actually happen with their clubs, is one of the reasons why we get to see better displays of dominance from the women's national teams compared to the men's teams, especially when you look at how we do things administratively? Let's not forget, only 5 or 6 days in camp the D Tigers had, same with the D Tigress, but other countries were in camp for 2-3 months. And we say maybe the disparity in quality as regards Nigeria. Someone was telling me, if it was the Moroccan national team who are playing in the AFCON finals and they are beating us 2-0, that we're not coming back from that. Yes, we have quality in the Super Eagles, but they have quality to match our quality too. Now, do you think the Super Falcons? Yeah, Morocco, South Africa, they've improved, but quality-wise, we're still way off better than them, and we still can force the issue on them as regards those situations. And do you think that's the same for basketball? as well when you look at the men and women's national team. 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. Full line is open for you to call in and share your thoughts as regards this talking point, or you can send them to the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and that one is 0701 933 9962, 0701 933 9962. Let's get to hear your thoughts. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Name and location. Hello. Okay, seems like we have a drop call situation. Do well to keep the calls coming in. The phone lines are open. Let's get to hear your thoughts. 0810 9510 951, 0810 9510 951. SMS and WhatsApp portal is 0701 933 9962, 0701 933 9962. Do you think administratively or administration has been one of the major reasons why our male teams do tend to falter as regards competition? Some people are of the opinion that male sports is more set and will you say has been there for longer periods of time, so there's like a set hierarchy, and you're dealing with a larger pool of players that can actually hurt you or cause an upset or an impact as regards the men's game. I mean, Nigeria is playing Mali in the AFCON, and you're like, it's not going to be an easy game against Mali. But we're playing Mali in the WAFCON, and you're like, yeah, Mali are descended from a good African nation as regards the men's side, but in the women's game, they're not up to it. So the Super Falcons actually win. You know, you look at the D-Tigers and D-Tigresses. We're playing Cote d'Ivoire as regards the men's team, and you're like, this Ivorian team is also good. We don't have our best legs here with the D-Tigers, and we expect to go up against them. But if it's the D-Tigresses, Amy Okonkwo is there, Ezine Kalu is there, Musa, they are all there. Who get one over Ivory Coast. Yeah, they're a basketballing nation, but they're just not good enough for up to scratch as regards us at this point in time. So, I mean, do you think these are a lot of factors that have to be looked at? And I mean, what do we have to do about basketball as well in this country to actually get things right, or to actually make sure the men can actually compete or do or have a feat as regards what the women's team are actually doing? Because we do have players, top players, that are not or don't even come to play for the D-Tigers. Precious Achua, there's Gabe Vincent, Jordan Wara. You can go on and Josh Okoje, yes, was part of this, but you can go on and mention players in the NBA, in the EuroLeague, that don't get to come to play for the D-Tigers again, citing some of their past experiences as regards when they were with this side, and will you say the administrative uncertainties as regards Nigerian basketball. 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. 08109510951 and 0701-933-996 0701-933-996. The second one is for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. You can send your thoughts there. The phone lines is still open. Let's get to hear your thoughts as regards what we are discussing. Well, basketball, yes. The D Tigers are out. They did lose to Senegal. Why are we struggling to measure up as regards basketball, or why are the men struggling to measure up as regards what the women are doing in basketball? And also, you might want to see in the men's side of things, or as regards football as well, when you compare it to the Super Falcons. And in sports generally, it just feels like the women are the ones bringing the glory. Will you say it's the level of competition? Yeah, I mean, administratively we've been poor for some years, and that's well documented and well known and talked about. So do you think that has an effect because of maybe the competition levels are larger, or will you say higher as regards the men's side of things and maybe not as much as regards to women, or you just feel like that's the way it's destined to be, or it has been, because the women are the one always bringing the glory? 0810-9510951, we do have tennis and boxing on the menu as well for you before we get to talk about some football on the show this afternoon. But do well to keep the calls coming in. Let's get to hear your thoughts. Yes, and we will be talking about football when we beg your pardon, tennis when we do come back. So yes, let's get to hear your thoughts. And before we do that, let's take a music break. This is still Today's Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. and air your thoughts as regards the earlier point that was raised as regards why our men's teams or men's sides or athletes struggle to keep up with the women's sides or women's or the female athletes. Is it because of administration, the level of competition, and because of the administrative bottlenecks we get to have or issues we get to have? It hampers or hinders their participation or competition in this sport. Maybe the women don't have as much competition as the men do. 08109510951, 08109510951. That's for the phone line. It is open for the SMS and WhatsApp to 0701-933-9962. Now from there, let's get to talk about tennis, but phone lines are still open for us to take your thoughts as regards the talking points. Well, the US Open, well, it is upon us as it has or it will begin. Yes, a lot is happening over there as regards Flushing Meadows. It is beginning today. We'll be having the US Open actually commence today, and we do have some we say big names playing as regards both the women's and singles side of things. Jakub Mensik will be taking on Nicolas Yari. Jakub Mensik, the Czech 16th seed. We also have Alejandro Davidovich Fokina taking on Alexander Shevchenko, and there is Ben Shelton up today. We have Luciano Daderi playing today, Taylor Fritz as well, Talon Gregsport, Thomas Makak, Yuri Leheka. Yeah, some of the big names actually playing today for the men's side of things. While for the women's side of things, Emma Raducanu is there. Magdalenet is also playing Makati Kessler, one of the home favorites, and hopefully maybe a winner for this one. Clara Towson is also playing today. Leila Fernandez today as well, and Kudametova Veronica Kudermetova is also in action today. Arina Sabalenka in action as well. Yelena Ostapenko is also in action. Emma Navarro as well in action today, as well as Belinda Bencic. And yes, we are looking forward to what's going to happen as regards the US Open, and we are taking a look at some of the major talking points and challengers for this Grand Slam, the last Grand Slam of the season or the year as regards tennis. And Novak Djokovic is one man whose name is on everyone's lips as he's the only man to win it twice. Things that so a lot of things that are on people's minds is who gets to stop, or how will Yannick Sinner or Carlos Alcaraz be stopped from winning another Grand Slam. The men those two have dominated Grand Slams this year, winning or sharing the 3 Grand Slams that have been played already this year between themselves. Australia, the French Open, and also Wimbledon have been shared between the 3 players. Sinner winning Wimbledon, as well as the Australian Open, with Alcaraz actually getting the French Open. And the evidence suggests that somebody might have to beat both of the top 2 seeds who are in opposite sides of draw to lift the New York title. Now, a few are predicting anyone can prevent Italy's Sinner and Spain's Alcaraz from competing or completing another calendar sweep, having carved up the past 7 majors between them. Now, Ben Shelton said, and I quote, "If you want to win a big title these days, that's what you've got. That's who you have to go through." That's Alcaraz and Yannick Sinner. Now, let's take a look at the men's side of things. People that will be challengers and some of the major talking points. Now, in any of the 4 slams if any of the 4 slams could throw up a different winner, then recent history suggests that it could happen at the US Open. Now, slightly slower hard cuts, humid conditions, and its slot as the final major in a busy season have been contributing factors to 6 different champions in the past 7 years. Now, Novak Djokovic is the only man to win it twice during that period. Now, even though he is now 38, the Serb remains the leading contender to stop defending champion Sinner and 2022 winner Alcaraz. Now, German 30 Alexander Zverev has not yet won a Grand Slam title despite his pedigree appearing to lack belief against the very best at the business end of majors. Now, in a bid to get over the line, the 3-time major finalist recently enlisted the help of Tony Nadal, who coached his nephew Rafael from 16 to his 22. Who coached his nephew Rafael to 16 of his 22 Grand Slam titles. Now, the trip to Nadal's academy in Mallorca came after Zverev's first round exit at Wimbledon, where he opened up about receiving psychological help to get out of the hole he was in. Now, he said, and I quote, "Of course, to beat Alcaraz and Sinner is not easy, but he has more chances to beat these 2 guys more than most others." That's according to Tony Nadal. This is what I explained to him. Everyone thinks Alcaraz and Sinner are difficult to beat, but I told him that Rafael, Roger Federer, and Djokovic were all as good as Sinner or Alcaraz at least. And in these times, Wawrinka and Murray won 3 Grand Slams. He will have a chance, but has to make a huge effort mentally in every chance. Now, the American challenge is led by 4th seed Taylor Fritz, who lost to Sinner in last year's final, and 2023 semi-finalist Ben Shelton. Now, the home fans are still waiting to celebrate their first home men's champion since Andy Roddick in 2003. Now, British number 1 Jack Draper is fancied to go far, having reached the semi-finals last year in his breakout run at a Grand Slam. However, the 23-year-old left-hander has been troubled with an arm injury and has not played singles since his early Wimbledon exit in July. Yes, Carlos Alcaraz and Yannick Sinner are seen as major favorites as regards the US Open, as it does commence today. And the question is, who gets to beat these guys? 7. The last 7 Grand Slams have been shared between both players. That's from last year down to Wimbledon, which was the last Grand Slam before the US Open is about to commence today. It's been Sinner and Alcaraz. And the question is, who can stop these guys? Is Novak Djokovic actually looking to break Margaret Court's record and be the all-time leader as regards Grand Slams won? The man is 38 years of age, and a lot of people are doubting if he can, or he actually has it in him because of age not being on his side, and how aggressive Sinner and Alcaraz tend to be your play if you do get to play any of them. Maybe, hopefully, they could be knocked out in the quarterfinals or in the round of 16 before they get to the semifinals, or you get to play them in the semifinals by someone or cause an upset. But it just feels like if Novak gets to come up against one of these guys, it just doesn't have enough in him to actually get through. There is also the man, the proverbial bridesmaid, never the bride, and that's Alexander Zverev. 3 Grand Slam finals, lost all, and it just feels like mentally he isn't up to it or up for it as regards the Grand Slam finals. Can this man actually pull up a shocker, or will you say change the narrative as regards the US Open? He's turned to Tony Nadal, Uncle Tony, the man who helped Nadal to 16 Grand Slams out of his 22, to try and see how he can actually break his final curse as regards the Grand Slam, to see if he can finally win one. Can he do it? And the home favorites, Taylor Fritz, Ben Shelton, I don't know if you want to call Tommy Paul also within that mix, because he is American. He's been in and around the top 20 and all that. Maybe he could be an upset, but let's focus on the Fritz and Ben Shelton at this point in time. They are the best home hope or homegrown hope at this point in time as regards the US Open. And is there a possibility any of them, especially Fritz, last year finalist, losing to Sinner, and Shelton was also a semi-finalist in 2023. So can they key into that momentum or key into those runs to actually do something fantastic this year as regards the US Open? Or do you think there could be an upset? There could be someone outside, Yuri Lehecka, Tommy Paul, Francis Tiafoe. Is there any name that can actually come up as regards the men's side of things to actually cause an upset and deny Cena and Alcaraz, or you feel it's still Cena and Alcaraz all the way again as regards the US Open. 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. Cena and Alcaraz, or maybe Novak, this is his Grand Slam. Just put everything you have in this one, same way he did in the Olympic Games last year in Paris. Put all that energy and just get this one. Get this final Grand Slam. Then you can relax and play for the fun of it. Towards in the last tournaments of the season, the ATP finals and whatever Masters are left till the season ends, till next season again, or next year, you just enjoy and play for fun because you've achieved the, will you say unachievable, or what has been the goal since winning Grand Slam number 24. 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951, and 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. 09510951, and for the SMS and WhatsApp to that number is 0701-933-9962. Now let's look at the women's side of things, and who are we looking at as the challengers for that aspect? Now, after a slump at the start of the season, Poland's Iga Świątek goes into the final major of the season as most people speak for the trophy. Now, the Wimbledon champion who won the US Open in 2022 warmed up for Flushing Meadows with victory at the Cincinnati Open, underlining her credentials on the American hard courts. Now, she said, and I quote, "I think it doesn't make sense to call anyone the favorite. In women's tennis, I wouldn't say it's unpredictable because there are some girls that are constantly in the top and proving that we can play well throughout the whole season. But still, there are many players that play really good and can win the tournament." Now, there's also American third seed Coco Gauff, as she fulfilled her long vaunted potential by winning the 2023 title and added a second major at the French Open in June now. But she's still having problems with her serve after hitting 16 double faults in her Cincinnati quarterfinal exit. She parted with Matt Daly, a coach who focused on her opening shot, and brought in Aryna Sabalenka's former serve guru Gavin McMillan. Now, Sabalenka credits McMillan for helping her stem a similar flow of double faults, which has enabled the Belarusian to win 3 major titles since. However, the defending US Open champion also comes into the hardcourt major tournament in unconvincing form. Now, world number 1 Sabalenka was out of sorts at the WTA 1000 event in Cincinnati, playing erratically as she scraped past Emma Raducanu before being outclassed by Elena Rybakina. Now, Sabalenka hopes to become the first woman to defend the title since Serena Williams in 2014, but has not won a major tournament this year. Now, she said, and I quote, "I have learned a lot of tough lessons this season in the Grand Slam. Maybe every defending champion comes and puts so much pressure on themselves. I feel like I'm experienced enough to just focus on myself and try to replicate that result." Now, there are also places as regards highlighting some of the other players that could pose a potential upset, and especially home favorites. We're looking at last year's runner-up Jessica Pegula, Australian Open champion Madison Keys, and Wimbledon finalist Amanda Anisimova are all expected to contend as part of a formidable home challenge. Yes, so those 3 players, Anisimova, Pegula, Keys, could they be the ones to actually get to win the US Open this year? Let's not forget the last woman to actually defend the US Open title was or is Serena Williams, as she did so in 2014. So you're talking about 10 years. No one has been able to defend the US Open title. Will this year make it 11? There is Aryna Sabalenka, hoping or going to make it, or hoping to actually, will you say, achieve that feat if she's able to win the US Open to this year. There is also another home favorite and homegrown Coco Gauff, actually looking to see if she can win the title she did win in 2023. Let's not forget Iga Świątek is also another lady whose name is being mentioned, especially after a poor start to the season. She's picked things up as regards the later stages of the season, winning Wimbledon and actually looking good in a lot of the Masters events in the build-up to the US Open. Is she the one, or you think it's Aryna Sabalenka? Or maybe, just maybe, we could see one of those odd names, or one of those names that have been in and around there but haven't really done much. Elena Rybakina, Emma Navarro, or maybe we could see the rebirth of Naomi Osaka, or maybe Emma Raducanu. I mean, she's been saying that New York feels a lot like home these days, so maybe could it be an Emma Raducanu Grand Slam? 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951, or for the SMS and WhatsApp or to the number is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. So we do have Alex Kabari in the studio here with us. Alex, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Henry, and happy Sunday to Port Harcourt City as we are, set to. We've already kicked off on the marathon, but your favorite edition where we talk about football is still yet to come. So we ask that you sit tight on the show with us as we have a whole lot to discuss this afternoon.
Let's look at the US Open. It is about to start, or it is starting today, actually. And I mean, there are a lot of names that we'll be looking at trying to, will you say, either retain or be a first-time Grand Slam winner or continue the dominance. Let's start off with the men's side of things. It's about who can stop Alcaraz and Sinner. Now, the last 7 Grand Slams have been shared between both men, and there are a lot of names actually being mentioned. Could Novak actually get his 25th Grand Slam title finally? Could Alexander Zverev break that jinx? The man has turned to Uncle Tony Nadal, to try and see if he can break his final hoodoo, losing 3 Grand Slam finals. And there are home favourites in Taylor Fritz and Ben Shelton as regards the men's side of things also. But do any of these guys have it within themselves or within them to actually break the hegemony, or will you say the dominance of Alcaraz and Yannick Sinner?
Let's just borrow a leaf from the just concluded. I think that was the Montreal Open, where both Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz again reached the final. And in that instance, if you're anyone else that is, your name is not Yannick or Carlos Alcaraz, what you're thinking immediately is, I need something that happened in that final to happen. We all know that Sinner retired from that final. He complained of the heat. He complained of not feeling well before the game. And even before he started to serve, he motioned to the umpire and said that, I think I could collapse at any moment. If you're an opponent, that's what you're counting on. It's almost like what happened to Grigor the day he was playing Sinner. Yes, Grigor was 2 up before the unfortunate injury, but then apart from your own excellence, you're also counting on maybe a bit of luck on your end in order to try and pose some sort of threat, because we've seen people play some wonderful tennis, but then when they get to when they play either Sinner or Alcaraz, they find out that it's not that easy. It's a whole different matter altogether. So we saw Shelton. He was in in a wonderful run of form. We saw Shelton too in the which of the ATP 1000s did Shelton win? Okay, he won Montreal. Okay, so and then at the end of the day, he won that one and came over to Cincinnati. And even prior to that, when he went to Wimbledon, which I would say he was playing magnificent tennis, and he has been playing magnificent tennis. And if you check his records through then, apart from the last loss in Cincinnati, his last 10 games, his only loss has been against Yannick Sinner. In the midst of that consistency, in the midst of you playing well, in the midst of you giving it your all, there's still someone that steps up and is like, no, there are still levels to attain. So I think for everyone, they are hoping to ride on a little bit of luck, particularly for Novak. We've said this about Novak lots and lots of times, and I was particularly insistent on the fact that Novak needs something to happen. Yes, we know, like I said, we don't pray for injuries and all those ailments to happen, but Novak is actually praying for something to decide. The kind of thing that happened to Yannick that day, it could just work for you, and then the next thing you know, maybe he's retiring in the first set, or he's not playing at his best. But I know that is what Novak is counting on going into the US Open. So he's not particularly fancying his chances against them, but he's going to be there just in case. Okay, I know that if I can get past these two, if somehow I avoid them or I beat them, or for some reason they are not at their best or they are out early on, which you can count on probably others to do the job for you, you are now thinking, okay, it's now down to me, because left for Novak, like I said before, Novak beats everyone else apart from those two. So he's probably thinking about certain luck factors and thinking of what he's going to take to down either of these two, and he's going to be riding on that luck. We can call some incredible names. Ben Shelton has been playing magnificent tennis. You'd want to count on him. That's his home ground. I would have said Tiafoe, but he's too inconsistent. You'd want to count most of the US citizens as favorites, because of course that's their home crowd and the fans are going to be cheering them on. But then when you look at it at the end of the day, Yannick and Carlos are levels above anyone else, and the conversation has still not changed, Henry. So we are going to be looking at least the opening rounds very keenly to see how they play and if there are any changes at all, and then I would maybe say, okay, maybe someone has a chance, or this person is not playing too well. But for now, I think almost undisputedly, it still has to be either Yannick Sinner or Carlos Alcaraz.
We do have reliable Reliance in the studio here with us. Reliance, good afternoon. Welcome.
Great to be here.
Now, let me go back to you, Alex, before I get to Reliance. Is there any other name or anybody you're looking at and saying maybe we could have one of those upsets? It's not even any of the potential challengers. Maybe this could be this person's, will you say, Grand Slam? Because the US Open also tends to, will you say, bring up funny winners, be it in the men's side. Even in the men's side, in the last about decade, Djokovic is the only person to win it twice within that period. Are we seeing a situation, Jack Draper? It could be him. Maybe we could see Francis Tiafoe. We could see is a Grand Slam in the United States. Maybe Tommy Paul could be up for it this year. I mean, is there a possibility any of these guys or any of these, I don't want to turn them outsiders because the first name I reeled out sort of are like the outsiders. Any of these, will you say dark horses or good players, but haven't really done enough to actually want to put you in their conversation that they could actually do something as regards the US Open this year?
I'd be counting on, I think there's one name that has barely been spoken, and I'd count on him to at least try, and that has to be Taylor Fritz. I mean, he is the world number 4, and he's also a US citizen. You know, the fans are going to be cheering him on. I don't think he's as much of a fan favorite as Ben Shelton do. Ben Shelton seems to, you know, get more reactions and get the crowd, you know, cheering and roaring for him. But I can't count Taylor Fritz out. He has not been playing his best tennis, but he's not someone you counter. He's somebody that even if he goes up against either Yannick or Carlos, you can see that he takes them either maybe 4 sets, maybe 5 setter, and he has that energy. So Taylor Fritz is someone that I would describe as a dark horse, particularly because of the fact that, you know, the fans are going to be cheering for him. We saw what happened with Victoria Mboko in the Canadian WTA 1000s, and, you know, she stepped up in the second set against Naomi Osaka in the final because of how the fans reacted. She lost the first set pretty poorly too, but she stepped her game up and she ended up taking it. So I know that the home fans are going to, you know, they are going to decide, or they are going to influence things a whole lot. But then at the same time, you're also looking at the consistency of these two players that we've just called, and how much when they're at the top of their game at the highest level, it's almost impossible to down them. They've shown that severally. I mean, look at their win percentage, their win record, and it's not just that, it's the level they have shown again year after year. They seem to up their game instead of declining. But then there's also a story where, you know, if we go back some 20 years ago, we saw Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal, how they were dominant across all Grand Slams until a certain Novak Djokovic came up. So everybody is counting on someone. They don't know who is going to be, but they are counting on a third party to join in that dominance and be the Novak of this generation. Is that going to happen? I don't know, and I can't tell. But for now, we are going to see. And in terms of dark horses, I can't look past Taylor Fritz. I feel like he's the best person to maybe call out. I would say Alex de Minaur is there. He plays, but not very consistently. I would say I don't really rate Jack Draper that much. He has not shown enough for me. He has played magnificent tennis, but he just seems to fall short at the key moments. So I don't want to put Jack Draper in that conversation. But of course, Novak cannot be counted out. Like I did say, Ben Shelton, he has just moved up to 8, his highest ever career high. So, and you know, it's not hard to look past these guys, but purely based on the fact that he's going to have that home advantage, my dark horse has to be Taylor Fritz.
Now, Reliance, let's go over to the women's side of things. I don't know if you will say anybody is a favorite, like, or we have set favorites, like the way Carlos Alcaraz and Yannick Sinner are seen as the favorites for the US Open in the women's side of things. But there are names you can call, or you should call, going into this Grand Slam. Number one has to be Iga Swiatek. She's been in magnificent form of late. It started from the grass court season. She found her way, and she just left behind what happened in clay court. and in the hard court in the first part of the season, and she just found her way through the grass court, and she finally won on Wimbledon on grass court, and she's looked fantastic since then. She's brought her A game to the court since then. There is Arina Sabalenka. She's the defending champion, but it has not just been her year. She's lost 2 Grand Slam finals already, and she was beaten well by Rybakina in the Cincinnati Masters, and it just feels like it's unraveling for her this year and this season so far. Does she have enough to actually defend her title? Now, let's not forget the last woman to actually defend her title was Serena Williams in 2014. That's when this was done. Then there is also probably maybe the home favorite in Coco Gauff, 2023 champion, a place where she won her first Grand Slam. These are probably the 3 favorites you might want to say. But like we always say, it's the US Open. It brings up surprises. Nobody has defended the title since 2014 apart from Serena, like when Serena last did it in 2014. So are we seeing the same turn of events again this year? And even if we're seeing those turn of events, is it still within these 3 women we're going to see it happen? I mean, if you remove Sabalenka, so that means we're stuck with only Iga and Coco at the end of the day.
I think it's a similar framework, even in the women's category. I don't know whether we say tennis has become so thin that you're not looking at an array of stars who can come in and take the US Open by storm, because in the women's category, the names that you've been seeing have been Iga Swiatek, Arina Sabalenka. Arina Sabalenka started the year quite good. Brisbane International, she won it, but that was far back in January. But along the line, she had this topsy-turvy run that she couldn't, do as much as she could and much as expected for somebody who has held on to that world number 1 ranking for some time. Probably also no thanks to Iga Swiatek, who had a difficult period, before that particular time. So, got to the Australian Open, tried to defend, couldn't defend. Madison Keys was there to stop her, and then it has just always been like that. And at the point that you felt like at the Miami Open, you felt like Karina Sabalenka has recovered because she won the Miami Open without dropping a set. So you'll be thinking that, okay, with these kind of performances coming down, there should be a lot to expect from Arena. But then again, some issues happened. Could record a rant after she lost to Coco Gauff, and which she has been explaining since that period of time. So it has been difficult for Arina Sabalenka. They also look at Iga Swiatek on the other side. She didn't start the season quite good. Right, she had difficulties here and there, but along the line she picked up. Defending champion of the Cincinnati Open, just concluded, defeated Jasmine Paolini. In the middle of it, there's also Coco Gauff, who has been, I don't know if I say a level of consistency, at least getting to the final 4 of the majors so far this calendar year. So I think it revolves around these 3: Arina Sabalenka, Iga Swiatek, and Coco Gauff. Now, here is the thing. Sometimes you find, there are so many, myself included, who believe that Madison Keys will stop Arina Sabalenka far back and in the Australian Open, right? Then Jasmine Paolini up against Iga Swiatek would have been a surprise if Jasmine had defeated Iga. And then when Arina and Coco Gauff clash, well, it felt like, okay, it's a normal Arina and Coco Gauff clash. And we are looking at the circle between the top 3, right? Fighting out against each other. So when you say the likes of Madison Keys or the likes of maybe Jasmine, or just coming in to break that trio, it feels strange because these 3 have dominated women's tennis, at least for the past 2 calendar years. Before now, it used to be Ons Jabbar, who will come in and fight for a place, at least to secure a Grand Slam or something, get into the final 4, get into some of the finals. But unfortunately, there was a point in time it looked like Mira Andreeva was going to be the lady to break, to make it maybe a 4-horse race, so to speak. But we can understand for Mira, she's still young. 18, yeah. So she's still young. She has a lot to learn. She has a lot of development to do. So if she eventually come good. It took just about the same pathway before Coco finally earned herself a Grand Slam. She came out of the blue. I think that was the US Open against Venus Williams as a qualifier, and then her career kicked off from there. So we can understand for Mira, but the other names that you'll be thinking should be able to stay around enough will be the likes of Jasmine. On Jabbar, we don't really know how far for her again as at this time, but the likes of Jasmine Paolini, the likes of maybe Keys, the likes of who again do I mention there?
And you want to put Anisimova and Pegula in that mix?
Maybe Jessica Pegula. No, Amanda Anisimova. No, not Amanda, not Yelena. Maybe Jessica Pegula is also not even Rebekina, unfortunately. Not even her. But yeah, she has had some fine runs this season, right? But not really that kind of name that you expect to come in and disrupt the chemistry between these other top three, right? So not her, but maybe Jasmine Paolini, Medicine Keys. Keys can be a little bit stronger, surprisingly. And then we can also talk about Jessica Pegula, expectedly, but they've not been able to. So these days, in the men's tennis, when you're looking at the men's tennis, going into any major or any masters, you're just thinking, unless one of them is out, you're just thinking, okay, it's either Yannick Sinner or Carlos Alcaraz. Now, if anybody does anything else outside these two, it's a surprise, it's an upset. In women's tennis, either Arina Sabalenka, Coco Gauff, or Iga Swiatek. If anybody does anything else outside these top three, it is a surprise. So, with the form that Iga has seen herself develop and grow, especially in the hard court, she has started the hard court season quite well. So, and that's a bit of unusual in her career. Hard court is not her favorite court.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of unusual. So for her to pick up that kind of, because we talked about Iga in the past, and you're looking at Iga's Swiatek and you're thinking of the clay court, and probably she was going to be maybe a one-dimensional tennis player that will win all the clay court tournament, because you go back to Barcelona, Madrid Open, Rome Masters, all those clay court 1,000 point tournaments, and then you'll find Iga Swiatek. They eventually climax at the US Open, at the French Open, and then afterwards she just maybe have one or two WTA tours here and there, goes to Wimbledon, the grass court, maybe find struggle and all of that stuff, maybe, and then the hard court, you don't even want to mention Iga there, as a top favorite going into it, probably just because she'll be world number one at the time, or she's ranking among the top three at the time. It's okay because of the form and the number of points that she has gathered over the years, probably just throw in her there. But this particular season looks different. We've seen how she started out her hard court career for the year 2025. So to win Cincinnati and then the US Open to wrap up the year for Grand Slams, right? Because we have the final. This is the final 8 in the WTA series coming up much later. So she's the awesome favorite. I mean, Iga was knocked out of Cincinnati, I think since round 4, if my memory serves me right. That's since the quarterfinals. Since that was when she was knocked out. So that's Coco Gauff. She was knocked out, I think, since the quarters. If my memory serves me right. Yeah. So it's Iga. Awesomely, it's Iga as the favorite. I'm not expecting anybody else to come in and do anything. They are young stars who are coming up. Quickly will be what's her name again? Victoria Boko. She looks quite decent and quite good. It looks like
a lot of the other girls. I mean, Coco has 2 Grand Slams, but she's still a youngster.
No, when I Coco don't match up for this game now. Even if Coco is 20, is it 20? Coco should be 21 or 22. She don't mature. Coco don't mature for this game. You understand? Coco should be rubbing shoulders now. She's rubbing shoulders with whom she should be rubbing shoulders with. She has a strong rivalry with Arena. Has a strong rivalry with Iga Swiatek. Yeah. You understand? So she is rubbing shoulders with people that she should be rubbing shoulders with. So she don't mature. If Serena Williams was still playing, if you look at Coco, dragging Grand Slams or WTAs with Serena, she's at the echelon of her game. So I cannot look at Victoria Mboko and call Victoria Mboko in the same bracket with Coco Gauff. No, Coco has matured. After all, the other ladies that probably have had more Grand Slams than her are still within her age bracket, and probably I think Iga came into the scene before Coco. I think Iga and Rara were in the scene before Coco, right? I think so, or just about within the same period of time.
Maybe within the same period.
So she's where she's supposed to be. So Victoria is a young star, just the young star in the context of if she's having a breakout year.
Yeah.
You know, Mira also having a breakout year. So these other young stars, they look promising. But for the US Open being what it is, you know, I don't know, there's something unique about the US Open. I could recall the final between Naomi Osaka and Serena Williams.
We've had some very odd winners during the
US Open, yes.
Raducanu was the US Open, if memory serves me right.
Yeah,
defeating Leila Fernandez.
Only this thing was US Open. Leila Fernandez.
She defeated Leila Fernandez in
the final. So it has something a bit unique that makes you, because in that final against Serena, Naomi wasn't the favorite to win. Yes, I think she has won about. I think that was the very last Grand Slam she won. And she has not won. No, it wasn't. But she has won about a Grand Slam or two before that particular one. So she has 4 Grand Slams to herself. So you'd be thinking it was going to be a Serena Williams, you know, adding that number 25 that number 24 that she was looking for. But it turned out to happen the way it happened, and eventually it went the way of Naomi Osaka. So there's something a bit unique about the US Open, right? Both in the men's and women's category, that makes you want to be open-minded each time we are getting into the last Grand Slam of the year. But that's just about that, you know. There are so many, there are records to back that up. But all in all, Henry, I'm not looking beyond these 3. If any other person comes in,
but even if you're not looking within those 3, there should be 1 or 2 people you're looking at still outside those 3 that maybe you're feeling could be the upsetter, the
Jasmine Paulini, Jessica Pegula. These are the names I'm looking at.
But Paulini has had a fantastic year.
That's the point. That's the point. Her year, maybe. I mean, she played in the Cincinnati Open final, right?
Yeah. And
the first set was a battle between herself and Iga Swiatek.
Yeah.
You know, it took up until the 12th game before that set was eventually decided. It was only in the second set that Iga was able to overpower her and then win. I think the first set ended 7-5. So that was a battle. And with that kind of temerity, because I think the shortcomings of some of these guys or some of these ladies will be experience, ability to conserve your stamina. That is one of the things that I do find that these other ladies who are not at the top of their games, or who are not among the top 3 or thereabout, or who are not dominating, find themselves lacking. So you're starting off the first set very well. How do you accumulate enough energy in your reserve tank to go into the second set and maintain your sharpness, accuracy, and performance? That's one thing that you find most of these ladies or some of these other guys who are not really your top performers lacking. Second set, third set. But for the other tennis guys, they have the magic to hold on to it. The way they started off the first set, they see themselves coming to the second set, and then they are still holding on to that same stamina, that same energy, and they're still pushing you to the edge. Even if eventually you have to beat them, but they push you to the edge. So many rallies, you know, so many winners being hit and all. So I look at Jasmine Paulin, I'm thinking that's a name that can come in. I look at Jessica Pegula, I'm also thinking that's a name that can come in. Maybe the likes of Irina Rabakina, that's also been, I think, in a majority of our game this year, she has found herself in many quarters and semis. So these are the names I'm looking at. I'm thinking, okay, probably they can come in between the likes of Arena, Coco, and Iga. But outside that, it's really difficult to say. There's also the part of it that I mentioned that the US Open is a bit unique. You might be surprised to see Victoria Mboko. She's an American, yeah? So you might Canadian. Might be surprised to see Victoria Mboko coming to win the US Open. Come up. Should I say surprise? No, that's not surprising. Should I say dramatically, you'll find one of these 3 at the final. But then again, you'll find another person at the final coming up against one of these 3. And then
you don't think it's one of them against the other.
And and I cannot tell you 100% that it's going to be one of them. Yeah, like 3 of them against, or one of them against the other, right? But something tell me that 90 to 95%, either Iga, Coco, or Arena will be at the final. But who are they going to face? It sure me say it's a likelihood that it's not going to be one of them. But if he be Victoria Mboko getting to that final right now, maybe up against Iga, and then she tore Iga apart at the final and eventually wins it. So, but first pick will be the top 3, and then some of these other names I've mentioned.
Okay, 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. That is for the phone line. The number is open for you to call in and air your thoughts on everything we've discussed as regards the US Open so far. You can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal as well. That one is 0701-933-9962. And also earlier, I was asking, why are our men sides struggling to replicate the feat or the same feat we're seeing from our women's side, the D Tigers and D Tigers being the, will you say, points or the bone of contention at this point in time? Both were in camp for about 5 to 6 days just before the tournament now, but one won and made it 5 in a row, and the other, they didn't do much. Quarterfinal exits trashed, you might want to say, by Senegal in that quarterfinal. So what's the reason? 5 to 6 days camp, is that even enough for any team going into a competition? You're playing against Senegal and Mali that have been in camp for 2 to 3 months, playing top friendlies.
Yeah, answer the question. It's not rocket science. You cannot keep a team in 5 days.
But why is it the women are winning, the men are not winning?
Henry, the competition here is not the same. The competition you find, like, let me paint this scenario very clear. I'm coming up.
Let me take this call first. We'll come to that. We'll come to that actually.
All right.
Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Name and location, please.
Yes, my name is Bright. I'm calling from Uche.
Okay, Bright. Please go ahead.
Talking about the men's basketball team. Not that they are trying, but the women, it's not that they'll be thinking that can they not play for women, but in basketball now, women, maybe the team they are giving the women doesn't know how to play basketball very well.
Okay. Is that all, Bright?
So they should try their best. Or win, they should try. Football, there's way it is. Basketball, there's way it is. They should try their best. It's not really football that they'll kill themselves.
Okay. Thank you so much for your thoughts, dear Bright. Reliance, back to you.
So let me paint the scenario as clearer as possible as I can, so that along the line I'm also being careful so that I'm not misunderstood. So here's the thing: in men's basketball, the level of competition is just as sufficient as it is supposed to be for the men. In women's basketball, the level of competition is just as sufficient as it is supposed to be for the women. But quality of opponents, there are more quality of opponent in men's basketball than women's basketball. Let me give you an instance. South Sudan, they played in the AfroBasket. They just concluded AfroBasket for the very first time in their career, in the existence of that country.
Yeah.
They finished third. I know that upsets do happen. I know that people do.
They defeated the US before the Olympic Games.
So after all, Leicester City won the league in 2016. Abi, these things happen. I understand. Girona had a good performance in the La Liga. I think last season, two seasons. So these things do happen, right? But you're looking at the level of frequency at which it happens in a particular sport at a particular period of time. So the quality of the opponent here, women, and here, men, not the same. Let me further elaborate. Let's say you have 24 teams competing in the men's AfroBasket. You have same 24 teams competing in the men's and the women's AfroBasket. The quality in the men's AfroBasket out of 24 could be 16 to how many?
Let's say
16 to 8. I don't even know. I don't know if my math is matching. Could be 16 to 8. I'm trying to give a fair instance. So 16 to 8 means 16 quality teams that can take you on. Compared to 8 quality teams that they can wake up to that, they are so excited, their adrenaline is pumping, and they're like, today we'll go battle them out. They battle them out, finish. Next game, they go in, adrenaline don't lost everything. They struggle. So before the beginning quarrel inside court.
Yeah.
You get the point.
Yeah.
So you have that 8, but here you have 16. You go to the women's side. The quality of the opponent can be, like I said, I'm trying to give a fair example. It could be out of 24, right? It could be 10 to 14. So you have 6 lacking in quality here, whereas 6 is gaining quality here. So that makes the level of competition tougher and higher here. So before you navigate the waters here in the men's, when as this here, oh sorry, I tell them now. so before you navigate through the quality in the men's aspect, bye, don't go through fire. You have to be at the top of your game. So there's a level of preparation you'll be given, a level of quality players you'll be giving that will fall short of what other teams have enjoyed, which is a typical scenario of what happened here. So you can do for the women and put them, they go, and they find a way, which is not an excuse, to give them that kind of preparation. They find a way to navigate themselves and eventually win. But that same level of preparations, and you give it to the men, you know, go work. And probably the quality of the players that they do have in their fold
just aren't good enough.
Not good enough. It don't match up. The performances that the Tigers put up in the group stage was a surprising performance to me here.
All of us. Even
It
me,
was a
yes.
surprising performance.
I'll say that for a fact. Me here, I was surprised by the performance.
Like the first game, Madagascar. Okay, no problem, it's Madagascar, so I expected that. But against Tunisia, defending champions, they blew Tunisia away. And then going into the third game of the group stage against Cameroon, that was by far the better side in that group. Nigeria only second. They tore Cameroon apart from the 41st quarter. Okay, the first quarter ended 1 point difference. From the second quarter, they blew them away.
Wait, it's just the fourth quarter we lost it.
The first quarter.
By the end of the third quarter, we're passing them with about almost 30 points.
Almost 30 points, and they almost blew away a 30 points lead in the first quarter. That should have raised questions. That's why sometimes when we tell people that for us here, we don't just look at the result. Man City play Wolverhampton Wanderers, they beat them 4-2, they beat them 4-0 or 5. Hey, they have, what is it not to win? Have they not won? We look beyond these things. Liverpool play Bournemouth, they score 2 goals, they never win. For us, it's different, because there are times that these things, the reoccurrence of this event will come back to haunt you. So they almost threw away a 30-point lead. That game, if you look at, if you're following that game in the fourth quarter, you look at the gap of the leadership that Nigeria had over Cameroon, and then you come back and see that game, somebody that come and see that game ended 99-90, you'll be thinking, it was a tough game. But it was not close anything.
It was actually 101-92. There were issues with the scoreboard. From the AfroBasket website, it was 101-92.
I imagine. So it wasn't a close game. It was a claim that Nigeria played so well. Had, like, they can go back and sit down and be doing Steve Curry and be doing what's the other guy's name? Because that game was as good as done. But they almost threw this point away. Somebody should have taking notes of those and look at how to find conversions. Let's convert these weaknesses to strength. And it can also be difficult to do that within the instance of that period, because you did not do your foundation very well. So it becomes difficult. And sometimes you might not even have enough hands in the team technically to be able to convert these weaknesses that suddenly occur at clutch quarter of the game into strength going into the quarters, knowing that it's going to be even more difficult. I mean, when I was like at Senegal, hey, he don't be. I just say, stay modest, Reliance. You've been modest all the while. You've been taken by surprise. If they win Senegal, another surprise. Enjoy. Just stay modest, because I had no expectations. And when it happened, the first quarter, I say they go fight. I say, okay. Second quarter, third quarter, healthy law, it's gone. Did you watch Angola Cameroon? Angola won the game by 1 point. It was that close. It was 2 point difference, 3 point difference, 1 point difference. In many of the instances, many of the series of events in that game till the end, it was that tough. But go back to the women's side. How many games did we see that gave you back to back like that? How many? I'm not saying this possibly wasn't there. This is likely that I was there. But how many did you see? So That's why it's difficult for the Tigers. You need to cook them very well. Like, give them proper cooking. If they use gas, cook, work. Revert to fire. With firewood, a natural, he will give you. You understand?
But some people also saying, okay, you didn't cook the women. You didn't cook the women. Some people also questioning what quality. Like, why can't we get our best legs? We have players in the NBA, but that feels like play for the D Tigers these days is laborious, or it's something they don't want to be associated with. But you look at in the women's game, all those legs or hands we're seeing, they are our best.
Yes,
they are the best, arguably, on the African continent. Barring what's the name of this Senegalese lady, or you can call some of the other few names. But these are the best we have to offer. So, what do we have to do to actually get the best legs back for the men's team?
When did Joseph Kogi join that team? Not before
the last qualifiers for the that was the last qualifying.
Even when he reported to camp, I think it was about a couple of days. I think he joined them there when they don't come out, go the host country,
Angola.
Now when they join, I fly go join them. I'm trying to be very sure. I think it was
12th player
to land
to join.
I go join them. That did not it did happen by chance. So that is also another aspect, because like I said, the quality just have to be good enough to match what other of your, because I see I've been talking about quality. So the quality in your team have to match up the quality that you have on display in the men's side of things. And that is where you now come back to the Nigeria Basketball Federation. That is where you now come back to the National Sports Commission. That's where you come back to the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Because everything in the country is a subset of the President of the country.
Yeah.
How do you run the administration of basketball in Nigeria? Why are these guys not so committed to coming to play for Nigeria? What's the foundation? What are the treatment? Because look, they themselves, they understand. For the ladies, well, it could be different mindset. I mean, I could recall at one point in time that they issued a joint social media statement regarding payments that was supposed to be made to them. I think that was the Olympics payment. 3 banks donated monies to the Tigers and the Tigresses. They didn't receive that money at the time. Some other bonuses and all. And they released a joint statement in their different locations. Promise Amo Kamara, Nicole Enabossi, Ezin Nekalu. They released a joint statement on social media complaining. This one talk. So after they made that video recordings from their different locations in the Americas, they sent it to whoever was the editor. They edited it together and they posted it on social media, and it became talk of town that period of time, calling out MBBF, then it was the sports ministry and all regarding all of those monies and stuff. The guys not do those things, though. The guys not saying you. Simple. I want the complain.
So it just feels like the women actually need the national team.
It feels like that.
The guys can play their own careers. I mean, any millions of dollars over there. So
because the money, you understand, they don't care. They don't care. They what the guys will simply do is boy, I know they come.
I'm collecting 7 million.
Now what for you?
I'm
money where they, and then the ladies will also look at it. Okay,
we're not earning as much.
We are not earning as much, and it's more feasible for us to still win Afro basket. Whatever. Let's allow our patriotism to show, and let's see what we can get. And they eventually come and they get something. This is not to excuse anybody from maladministration. Never. Because you are supposed to give them treatments that are sufficient enough to give them the preparation. So for the guys, they don't care. The issue of women's basketball and the issue of men's basketball, not the same. That's why, even if I want to extend a little bit to football, players of the Nigeria Super Eagles can tell you, okay, we talked about $100,000 that was given to the ladies, and we're like, let's Super Eagles go and win AFCON. What do you mean $100,000 to them?
That's what some see in a week or in a month.
They go month too far. Week. What's it mean if they see that money in 2 days?
Osimhen's salary is about 25 million euros a year. So
if they see that money in 2 days or 3 days, safe. So you give them $100,000, you don't move them, guy. You don't move them. So if they sense anything that is, they like say we be mumu, we where they can't play the match, we no get sense, Abi. You want just sit down the, if you go find work do. You want to sit down where they say they give money for this, you now play around, carry us play and all of that, say release money, they don't release it, they will simply boycott, and that's it. So these are the issues. That's why we don't have enough quality in after Nigeria imposed a ban on themselves. How many the Tigresses and how many the Tigers boycotted the national team? But you saw the timeline. Many of the Tigresses, after a while, they decided to they just to act like mothers. You understand? And be passionate, and came back and said, okay, it's our country, Nigeria, let's. But for they were so bent on, we know they play nothing, because it didn't just make any sense. I go sit down on your own, say it's not like even a kid understood that ban was not for the development of basketball in Nigeria, just the way some of the direct wanted to make it sound. Say want to develop, want to go to grassroots. Okay, as they can't lift the ban, where the grassroots and the development, where is it that they did? We knew it was a matter of ego clashing between himself and Musakida. And then they decided to impose ban. You just stand up, waka, enter President Buhari office, go tell and say how far they are doing the Sai Baba say go ahead, who's now late. You come and announce ban, and then you tell you want to develop. Where is the development? Okay, if you truly wanted to, we knew it was a political move and ego clashing. So the guys were like, nothing concerns us. Abi, they are making. See, in the end, sports is entertainment, right? It's also a business venture, and these guys are also making monies that will serve them when they retire. They'll be able to invest and develop further careers for themselves. Yeah. So these are the issues that we are having, that we do not really have enough quality. The quality we have many a times, Henry. Have you forgotten waiting? Ogo to carry go one qualifiers one period of time and put out some performance, and we're like, Coach, you try. You don't understand. We're like, Coach, you, even if he had more losses than wins, but the performances they put out with that kind of team,
it was commendable.
We're like, Coach, you come and take hand. You too much. You try. So when more often than not, the country, the administration leave the coaches in this kind of conditions, or the team in this kind of conditions, how do you expect them to go and do well? How do you expect them to get past the likes of Senegal? That's why beating Tunisia was a surprise. Cameroon lost, to show you that Cameroon team, even though Nigeria was able to run over them, and they were able to recover that much in the fourth quarter. It showed in their match against Angola. Tough clash, and I enjoyed it. Just 1 point to separate both sides in the end, and it can be very painful because Cameroon had a chance. Like Cameroon saw the semi-finals.
Like, 2 points, 1 2 points, anything, a free throw, anything to get it overtime.
They couldn't enter. They just saw the promised land, but they became Moses, and Angola was the Jacob, the Joseph that eventually took them to the promised land, took their team to the promised land. So it's a sorry situation. So if Nigeria men's basketball must improve, the administrators will need to sit up and decide what they want to do. Musa Kida will need to sit up and decide what he wants to do. I was a point in time told that Kida, they come up hand for him pocket, they come out in money, they do this, they do the period of that election tussle. Yeah. I was like, because it didn't make any sense to me. If you're the president of a federation that's supposed to be funded, and it gets to a point where they come out money from your pocket.
It's like they don't have money. It's like they don't receive any money or anything.
So if they come out money from your pocket, they do many of the things where they do. Why do they fight neck and everything to come back to that same seat? Because me, I go come out. It didn't make any sense to me. I'm funding the federation from my pocket, and I'm not getting it back. In the next election, come you say I'll come contest again. I don't understand. Now maybe I be president. I be Jesus Christ. So why will I come back to contest? So it just didn't. There was little. If you're not gaining anything from it, please don't stress yourself. Come on, we know who will go face. So I've heard stories like that, and I don't know if that's still the situation right now. So they will need to sit down and decide, what do we want to do with men's basketball? Because you look at the Tigers, what you have, many of them are playing in the WNBA, and their performance at their respective clubs in the WNBA, they are good. But for Nigeria, it's not the case. You can get the best legs from some of them that are in the NBA, some of them that are in the G League, and put them together. And it's also it's needed, a need to have what is happening here in Nigeria, the Nigerian Basketball League.
Because the same way those ones are in the NBA or in the Euro League, you still have the ones in Siakam is a Cameroonian, let's not forget. He's in the NBA. The other is playing in the Euro League as well. You go to Senegal, the same thing. So
the Nigerian Basketball League will also need to be playing competitively.
That's another factor. Tunisia have been dominating. Where do most of the players come from?
Their league.
Angola made it to semi-final. Look from the league.
Anytime Rivers Hoopers win, not even Rivers Hoopers. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. Let me borrow your line now. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Any Nigerian team that qualifies for the BAL will only do well. Their performances are always dependent on those mandatory American signings that they bring in. Look at the history of the Rivers Hoopers. Now, those foreign guys, how many of because there's a quota, you must bring in a certain number of players from the NBA, into that team. It's a quota. That's how, because they have a partnership. BAL has a partnership with the NBA.
Yeah.
So, Nigeria's performances, even when Hoopers finished third last time out, it was more of Will Perry, more of what's the other guy?
Divine Ike.
Divine Ike was not even. There's one other guy.
Is it Olisemeka?
Peter Olisemeka,
yes.
Divine Ike, and one other guy that was signed that's from I think Zimbabwe, France. I've forgotten his name.
His name escapes my mind.
That was defending like a very good defender. So the performances will always hang on more of those guys. If those guys don't turn up, it's an issue. Carry and Nigeria basketball players for that team now. Carry and go back. Whether they know will flog them well, give them better beating. So they will have to decide, what do we want to do with the Nigerian Basketball League? Are we ready? So that's where the issue is. That's why the main side of things is looking like that. For the women, they try to, for the points I've already stated, they try to navigate around. But are these excuses? No. You give the Falcons, for instance, that kind of shabby preparations that they had, and they went on to win their 10th WAFCON. Does it mean that every time
give it to the Super Eagles? No, they'll win the fourth WAFCON.
Yes, treat the Super Eagles like that, they will go and win. It doesn't work like that, Henry. So Nigeria would like to be intentional about what they want to do about both for the men and women. We should stop being satisfied with, because in the end, sometimes we put the men's head on the chalkboard almost should I say unfairly, if that's the appropriate word to use. When you look at the conditions surrounding all these things, there's also the part of the quality which I've already talked about. So somebody has to be intentional about developing and doing better, else it will become the same thing, and it will start declining when the likes of South Sudan, not they enter women's football, women basketball now. When some other countries,
they qualified for this last
basket also. So when some other African countries are also stepping up their basketball teams, and the quality of opponents don't they increase there. Nigeria see the way they before you know that the Tigers will they go come out for group stage or quarterfinals.
It just feels like after these girls retire, what next for the D Tigers?
Nothing. If that your uncle would have traveled to the US, we marry one Igbo woman who come born for US, and the girl can't like basketball. That your uncle can't say, move trainer now. She can't play. Enter the WNBA. If we don't get plenty again like that from that your uncle, we from Nigeria and US, we say okay, because Nigeria get vibes when they for Nigeria.
No, they love the Nigeria vibes, but they'll probably play for the US. But they'll probably play for the US or the UK or England.
So if those your uncle, like Uncle Alex own, where they your descendants. if they don't born plenty American Nigerian for us for there, nothing next now, because
they see their boy now, so that everything goes famous. Okay, 08109510951 The phone lines are open this time for you to actually call in and air your thoughts. I saw them ringing, but we actually had to talk about this. So now they are open for you to call in, air your thoughts on the performance of the D Tigers and why we are struggling to match the performance of the women's team. Even in sports generally, we struggle. Be it athletics, be it. I think the only place I can say that the men who tend to perform better is the table tennis because of Arida Quadri and co. But track and field is the ladies. Wrestling, the ladies. Football, some will say on the African continent, the ladies. Maybe if you go to the world stage, they can't really perform as well as the guys who do. I don't know.
What the guys don't do for world stage?
I'm just saying.
Don't just say it. You are part of the problem. You are part of the problem. I'm just joking, by the way.
Okay. And the SMS and WhatsApp button is 0701 0701 So do well to keep the calls coming in. We are here to take your thoughts. And when we are done with taking your thoughts, we will head over to talk some football. The phone lines are open. So call in. Let's hear from you. Yes, let's run through what's happening across the major leagues in Europe. Let's start from the English Premier League. We do have Crystal Palace currently defeating Nottingham Forest by a goal to nothing. The same scoreline between Everton and Brighton. Everton winning this time. Both games are at half-hour mark. For Crystal Palace, it was Ismaila Sarr actually giving them the lead. So no Iberici is no problems. They're still defeating Nottingham Forest. This is sort of payback. They took our Europa League spot and gave it to you people. We are going to beat you guys today. Nothing is stopping it. And while for Everton, it was Iliman Ndiaye actually giving them the lead. Jack Grealish with the assist there. By 4:30, we will be having Fulham take on Manchester United. What does Ruben Amorim, what do he and his boys have for us today? Will we see the same performance we saw against Arsenal last weekend, and hopefully this time with goals this time around? Or maybe you blow hot today, you blow cold the next day. Let's wait and see. It's 4:30 for that one. In the French League 1, Lorient are currently defeating Stade Rennais by a goal to nothing. Rennais have 2 red cards in that game. Le Havre will take on Lens by 4:15. Also by 4:15, we have Strasbourg taking on Nantes, and Toulouse will take on Brest. And by 7:45, we will be having Lille take on Monaco. While in the German Bundesliga, Mainz are currently playing out a goalless draw with FC Cologne. That game is in 28 minutes. And by 4:30, we will be having Borussia Mönchengladbach taking on Hamburger SV. In the Italian Serie A, games will kick off by 5:30 with Cagliari taking on Fiorentina and Como welcoming Lazio. Atalanta will welcome newly promoted Pisa, while Juventus will take on Parma. Let me take some Eredivisie results. 20 did defeat HC Heerenveen by 2-1. Nijmegen currently defeating NAC Breda by 2-0. NEC Breda. Utrecht are currently defeating Excelsior by 4-0, while Ajax will take on Heracles by 3:45 p.m. There are NPFL games today, but before I come to that, in the Spanish La Liga, Osasuna will welcome Valencia by 4 p.m. By 6:30, we will be having Real Sociedad taking on Espanyol. Same time for Villarreal up against Girona, and Real Oviedo will be welcoming Real Madrid by 8:30 p.m. Let's run through what happened yesterday as well across the top leagues in Europe. Manchester City in the English Premier League, Manchester City did lose by 2-0 to Tottenham Hotspurs. Bournemouth did defeat Wolverhampton Wanderers by 1-0. Brentford were 1-0 victors over Aston Villa, while Burnley did defeat Sunderland by 2-0. And Arsenal were 5-0 leaders over Leeds United. The man with the mask. Well, everybody was waiting for 007, but it didn't happen. So the man has scored 2 goals yesterday. Victor Gyökeres, that man for Arsenal, in the French League. Yesterday, Marseille defeated Paris FC by 5-2. Moses Simon actually on the score sheet, and that one Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang with a brace. Nice did defeat Auxerre by 3-1. Terry Murphy, yes, the man scored in that one as well, while Lyon were 3-0 victors over Metz. And in German Bundesliga, Bayer Leverkusen did lose by 2-1 to TSG Hoffenheim. Eintracht Frankfurt were 4-1 victors over Werder Bremen. Freiburg did lose by 3-1 at home to Augsburg. Heidenheim lost by 3-1 to VfL Wolfsburg. Union Berlin were 2-1 victors over VfB Stuttgart, while Dortmund played out a 3-3 draw with St. Pauli. In the Italian Serie A, Genoa played out a goalless draw with Lecce. Sassuolo lost by 2-0 to Napoli. AC Milan, yes, they did lose to Cremonese by 2-1 at the San Siro, while AS Roma were 1-0 victors over Bologna. In the Spanish Liga, Mallorca played out a 1-0 draw with Celta Vigo. Atletico Madrid surprisingly played out a 1-0 draw with Elche, while Barcelona did have to come from 2 goals down to defeat Levante by 3-2. That's the 4th time Barcelona are doing this under Hansi Flick since last season, coming from 2 goals down to actually win the game. In the Dutch Eredivisie, Sparta Rotterdam defeated Go Ahead Eagles by 3-0. PSV Eindhoven were 4-2 victors over Groningen, while Telstar played out a 2-2 draw with FC Volendam. 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. The phone line is open for you to call in and give your thoughts on everything we have discussed. The Tigers performance, the disparity as regards performance, and also the US Open is beginning today. Who are you expecting to win as regards the men's side of things and the women's side of things as well? And also, who are your dark horses for both sides, the WTA and the ATP side of things? And we are getting ready to talk about some football, but phone lines open. SMS and WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. Well, guys, breaking news. By the looks of things, Victor Boniface to AC Milan looks to be off. The man has returned to Leverkusen pending a final decision from AC Milan as regards whether they will sign him or not, because they were, according to reports, issues over his medical. The man has had 2 ACL injuries in the past, and the AC Milan hierarchy have fears over what that could mean. But our own Buchilaba was reporting yesterday that he's completely healed, and technically it doesn't look like there are issues over the medical. So what could actually be the issue? Well, Bayer Leverkusen director Simon Rolfes has actually come out, and he said, if Boniface comes back to Leverkusen, the AC Milan deal will be over. That's no big secret. Renegotiating the deal, I don't think that will happen. His physical situation has improved compared to the beginning. So by the looks of things, Boniface So AC Milan is off for now, but I mean, we'll have a final verdict from Milan by Monday, according to the club themselves. I know Reliance, we're not yet talking about Nigerian football, but I mean, it just feels like this man needs a break at this point in time. Al Nassr collapsed. It looks like Erik ten Hag doesn't really fancy him in his team at this point in time. And now AC Milan, which felt like could be a breath of fresh air, beg your pardon, has actually looks like it's not working out at the end of the day.
Here at the moment, currently as it stands, that deal is off. It has collapsed. Victor Boniface will not be an AC Milan player on loan as it stands unless there is a further renegotiation or maybe AC Milan reconsiders their options. But what I can tell you for certain is that Victor Boniface passed medicals at AC Milan. So it's not like he failed medicals. 48 hours medicals conducted on Victor Boniface. That was how they were able to discover the injuries he had in the past, the surgeries conducted on him in the past, and all of that stuff. So he passed medicals. That has to be stressed. Victor Boniface passed medicals at AC Milan. But AC Milan are taking what they have described as a cautious approach. So they are not so satisfied, despite him being certified fit physically back to Leverkusen as he reported, and reporting to Leverkusen medical team decided to conduct a test on Bonny and they certify him physically fit and okay. So that's in tandem with what AC Milan found out. But at Milan, they are just being cautious, like this thing that we've seen, this history, this cautious record.
I mean, a player that's had an ACL injury, definitely the scars will show on the muscle. Everybody that has that. Rodri, the scars are there. Van Dijk, the scars are there. But does it stop them from having good or playing well?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what they are also looking at. Maybe they're also probably looking at Victor Boniface has not been quite active in the last couple of these. Last season, he was not the go-to player, for Bayer Leverkusen. After Xabi Alonso left the side, after the season that they won the league unbeaten in the German Bundesliga, so he probably was not wasn't the go-to player, was not quite active. So maybe that's also one thing they are also considering. They could be thinking, okay, maybe due to this, it could be a factor that makes him not to be quite active. But they also fail to consider the part that coaches do have favorite at a certain point in time, and players do fall off the pecking order, and that a player is not doing so well in this club does not exactly mean that he's not going to come off to this club and do as bad as he did in the previous club. All right, so these are the factors that AC Milan hierarchy fail to consider. So he has injury history, which is not new to any player. I mean, Florian Wirtz has injury history as well, but I mean, Liverpool splashed the money because they understand the quality of what they're going to get from the man. And it's not like Victor Boniface does not have a proven record of delivering quality. At least we've seen him by Leverkusen. So that's just the situation as it is, and they decide. I'm just trying to be pragmatic with my words and also my understanding of the whole situation. That's why I'm thinking they decided to take a cautious approach. Okay, calm down first, make we assess our options. So it's also possible that AC Milan could be looking at other options and then maybe go back to the negotiation table and to see if they can get Victor Boniface again in case they fail. So I'm thinking they're just being cautious. They do not really want to throw all their options, all their eggs in one basket at the moment, and the basket that they think has some holes with the width of that hole, is it width or diameter? Now, diameter of the holes larger than it's supposed to be. So that's in their own conception. So that's what they think, and they decide to okay, for now, just hold on, and that Boniface is not the priority of Erik ten Hag. So there are two things here. Bonny left AC Milan since morning. He left Milan since morning, where the medicals were conducted after observing there, because when he left, after the medicals were conducted, I mean, you get hierarchy coming back to tell, okay, it's fine, let's see how far. There are some words of assurance and body languages that you read, and there's a level of care after medicals have been conducted, even from the doctor that conducts the medical. But that wasn't the case in the season of Victor Boniface. So my guy, how Bonny they doing things now. My guy left Italy back to Leverkusen. And got back to Leverkusen, was welcome he's still their player. Went through a couple of medicals and was certified fit based on the report that they got. Now, Milan was supposed to assess what the result of the medicals and then maybe make a final decision. Normally, Bonny was not supposed to return to Germany, right?
Yeah.
But based on what transpired, he had to return. And since they did not give him green lights, that we're going to tell you, despite passing medicals, that part has to be emphasized. He passed medicals as per what is obtainable for a player passing medicals. So that's why he had to go back to Germany. And then right now, the deal looks off at the moment. So these are the possible options. Bonny, your agent, assess other clubs in the market, and see what they can seal. Seals a good deal that's better, or even come close to what Milan offer Bonny off, or stay back in Leverkusen and fight for your place. You get the chance, you come in and you try to impress. I mean, we've had records of so many players who were not their coach's favorite, but they came back on and they stole the show and remain the star men of their respective teams, right? So, Bonny, you stay back and fight for your place under Erik ten Hag. You do better off. No coach will want to, unless you have even players that have disciplinary issues, they will see the pattern on them, because when you throw them into the fray, they deliver for you, and what you need is deliverance. So no coach will want to see Boniface coming in, banking in the goals and doing quite well, linking up play and all, and Ten Hag will not be forced to use him. Then that's the second option. The third option is AC Milan returns, or put a call through to the sporting director of Leverkusen. We need this guy back. Let him come. Let's forget what happened. At that point, Leverkusen could be tempted to say,
but Boniface, if you're Boniface, will you go?
Well, it's a case of what?
Oh, wow.
What a goal!
Jack Grealish with another assist.
Whoa! That was some. That should be about 20 yards out, if not more than 20. But yeah, it's Ghana from the left-hand side of the attack of Everton. That shot was breathtaking.
There'll be a check for offside for Tierney Barry in the build-up play. Yeah, right here. So there'll be a check for. Offside.
Yeah, they're also taking
tight. It's going to be close.
It's going to be tight because you have to look at the two other
options. Yeah.
So it's build-up, but apart from that, flawless execution from James Garner in the finish.
I mean, that finishing was just. Lays
it back and he hits it first time.
Yeah, that's just about 21, 22 years out. So and he saw it coming. He timed it and then let off grass level shots.
And the first game at the Hill Dickinson Stadium, and Everton looked to be winning that one or running away with the 3 points here at this point in time. It's currently 2-0 in favour of Everton against Brighton and Hove Albion over there in the English Premier League. So let's wait to see if there will be the goal will stand or will be chopped off by VAR. The goal stands, so it's 2-0 again for Everton against Brighton and Hove Albion. Please, let's continue.
So will I go? Sometimes we need to let go of at professional settings. We try as much as we can to deal less with emotions, right? You let go of your sentiment and go and play, because look, if AC Milan coach wants you, it's possible that left to the coach, he will take him. Although the technical director of AC Milan said they'll have to consult the coach. Whatever decision that they were going to make, it will be in consultation with the coach of the side. So it's possible that if it's the coach, come in and deliver, provided you deliver, and no get issues. But medicals most of the times are observed by the sporting department of a particular club alongside the that's the decision. The work itself is done by the medical department, but the sporting director, sporting department. What am I saying? Sporting department. That doesn't sound nice.
The administrative department,
but this
with the medical department,
something like that. They are the ones that make final decision based on what comes out, And in rare cases, that players do fail medicals, So that's just the situation. So if he's a coach, it's the coach that's going to be dealing with you every now and then, not the sporting director of the club or not even the administrators. So if there is a bit of an assurance from the coach, maybe a coach puts a call across to Bonny and said, look, it's medical, it's procedure. We just need you to understand. come to the club. You're going to be part of my squad. I will use you. Why not? Off he goes, a loan deal, prove himself right, and then returns. But if he assesses and sees that from now till the end of the transfer window, he can have other options that are more feasible, then of course he has the right to turn it down.
Okay, so Victor Boniface to AC Milan looks to be off at this point in time, but there's still a possibility he could be resurrected. Milan said they'll give a final verdict by tomorrow being Monday, so we wait for Milan's verdict, but the man has returned to Bayer Leverkusen. Phone lines are still open, but let's head over to talk some football on the show this afternoon. We have Victor Israel here with us in the studio. Victor, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Henry. Good afternoon to the guys in the studio. We've seen lots of drama this weekend as regards the football aspect. We've seen lots of things happening. Today we are seeing Everton. So many never presumed that Everton will be taking a two-goal lead against a Brighton team. We know what Brighton can do on their day, but we are still seeing Everton putting up a good fight, and also that team to watch out this season, Crystal Palace. We saw them put out a very outstanding performance against the current defending champions of the league, and also put up a good fight against the world champions there in Chelsea. And today they are taking the lead already against Nottingham Forest. That's to show you that this season there are lots of drama when it comes to the English Premier League, and the drama is not just going to be there in the English Premier League, but also there in the La Liga. Yesterday we saw Hansi Flick's side come from 2 goals behind to steal the win there, and so many Barcelona fans are calling out this man, the Manchester United boy. They are saying he's the reason. He was substituted in the first half. That's to show you that he didn't actually do.
But he's a man that he's coming to a new environment and everything. It takes time, doesn't it? Yeah.
It takes time, but there you understand that the Barcelona fans are not the English supporters. He may be in Manchester United, the man might be given time, but when he goes there, I think every pass, every misplaced pass, every trap and everything will be monitored. So yesterday, because when you look at the Spanish papers, they're all calling out for the man. They said he had a shambolic first half, and that was why he was substituted in the first half. That's to show you that if the man does not do well, they will be coming out for him. So, but it's still too early to say maybe his spell there will not go according to plan. Believe me, Rashford has that potential to still be a great player again. Yeah. And this season, today we are going to be seeing Real Madrid take on Real Oviedo. Yesterday, some might have seen it as an opportunity when Levante took the lead. They saw it as an opportunity for Real Madrid to maybe open up a gap, but it wasn't to be. And also, today we are going to see a Manchester United team. So many said they swallowed Arsenal in the last game. They were just unfortunate, but we'll get to see if today maybe that was just a fluke, or maybe it was just Arsenal not up for their game. And speaking of Arsenal, the injuries have already started coming.
Yeah, we'll get into all of that so bit by bit. Let's start off with the Spanish La Liga here this time, and I want to start off with one team, and that's Atletico Madrid. You lose to Espanyol in your opening game 2-1. Espanyol comes from a goal down and actually gets that one. You then have the chance against newly promoted Elche at home. Okay, that was a blip. It's 3 points dropped. Let's look forward, let's win, and let's try to see how we build on our season and try and be in the title race or in contention for the title from now to the end of the season. You take the lead against Elche, you consider you just can't score again. Now, Diego Simeone has immensely invested into that squad. Now, outside Mikel Arteta, he's number 2 on that list for most money spent since winning a trophy last. He has spent about 580 million euros for a club of athletic standings, and he hasn't won a title since winning the La Liga in 2021. What does that say about the man? What does that say about Atletico Madrid? And you look at that squad: Solot, Julian Alvarez, Angel Correa has left, Juliano Simeone, Marcos Llorente is still there, Antoine Griezmann. So there's still quality in the team. So what's the problem with Atletico Madrid? I mean, they're one of the teams people are looking at going into the season and say these are one of the contenders for the title. But it looks like they're not playing well enough. They've not started the season well. Some will say it's still early days. A lot can still happen. I mean, Barcelona, I think Barcelona, for instance, last season, by December, they were faltering. By May, they won the league with a healthy gap. So, will you say, yeah, maybe Athletic will see halftime, but will you be looking at that Athletic team and saying maybe there's a huge or a need for a refresh or from the ideology of Diego Simeone, or do you feel that he can still get it back on track this season?
I think it's game over already, because when you look at Atletico de Madrid, this is a team that you just the quality, the drop off in the quality between Real Madrid and Barcelona is not that far, because you look at this Atletico Madrid team. This is a team that has star-studded players. This is a team that, yes, on paper can go head to head against Real Madrid and also against Barcelona, but I think the philosophy of Diego Simeone is already wearing off on this team. I think this is a time where the owners, the board can just say, let this man go. It wasn't even up to this level when Jurgen Klopp said he doesn't have the energy again and he wants to leave. Because sometimes when the philosophy maybe is no longer working, it's just every season you do copy and paste. Because Diego Simeone is not the coach that tries something different every season. He's the coach that believes in his tried and trusted philosophy, where they just defend, maybe hit you on the counter. They have a squad that can play good attacking football. Julian Alvarez is there, well sought after striker in the market. You also have a legend in that team, Antoine Griezmann. When you're looking at La Liga football, you see that man as a legend in that league. This is a man that did it in Barcelona. This is a man that also that has done it at Atletico Madrid and also came back again, not forgetting his days at Real Sociedad. So I just feel this is a time where let them try someone younger, someone that will bring the modern day football mentality. We've seen what the young guns in the Premier League are doing. The likes of Andoni Iraola, the likes of Fabian Hosler. These are young managers that are ready to explore. Not also forgetting that there is a certain Oliver Glasner in Crystal Palace doing something that is commendable, because you look at his team. His team does not just pack the bus. This is a team that comes out sometimes to go head to head against the big guns. They go head to head against the likes of Manchester City, the likes of Liverpool, the likes of Chelsea. But can you say the same for Diego Simeone-led Atletico Madrid? There are times when you expect them, they have the firepower in them. You expect them to go head to head with these big teams, but they just sit back. And sometimes it's as if they are lots of ideas. Because yesterday's game against Elche, I never saw them playing out a draw. Not even forgetting that yes, they lost to Espanyol. Espanyol this is a team that on paper you should be beating them 3-0. You have strikers that actually come into the game and win the game for you. So I feel Diego Simeone, this is a time when the man needs to, if he doesn't want to get that sack, maybe to end or dent his status in the club, maybe just walk away amicably. Just walk away. Let's have a mutual understanding where he comes out to say yes, he is resigning. Maybe before the halfway stage of the season, let the man just go. Let's try someone younger. Let's try someone with a different mentality. Let the players have a different ideology going into the new season, because it's high time where we leave the horse race and the title chase to just those two teams. Now we've seen Real Madrid bring in a young manager. He might not get it done now. He might not hit the ground running, but he's there. He will bring in the new ideology. He's going to bring in the new pattern of play. But this Atletico Madrid team is not working. It's just like they are only surviving. They are only surviving to go to the Champions League, because I feel the La Liga is not that competitive. Because in the La Liga, we know that you only have 3 teams and one other team that goes to the Champions League. When it's always Barcelona, it's always Real Madrid, it's always Atletico Madrid, and maybe one of Valencia, one of Sevilla, one of Villarreal, or Bilbao. So I feel if the competition is there, then the owners might have been looking at it since. But you don't need to wait till the competition starts coming. You just need to save face. Atletico Madrid is not a pushover. This is a team that at some point went to the Champions League finals, I think back to back, where they lost to their neighbors, Real Madrid. So this is a team that needs to be built, except they want to be maybe a selling club, a club that maybe they get to sell their stars because they can't compete anymore. Because you don't expect Julian Alvarez that completed football before he even turned 25 to stay in a team where he only ends up finishing third position or maybe finishing fourth position. That man is already known for winning, and with that winning mentality, he will want to win, and he can't stay there because he cannot even compete for the title in the La Liga. He cannot even compete for maybe the Copa del Rey, the Super Cup and all that. So I feel this is a time for them to make a change. Let them bring in someone, maybe a foreign manager, maybe come to the we don't even have English managers that are that good, but I think this is a time where we can also look at it, and maybe they could be having their eyes on the man at Arsenal, Mikel Arteta. That is, if this season does not go according to plan, and maybe Arsenal wants to effect a change, maybe he can be looking at it because he's a Spaniard and also can do very well when he goes there. Maybe change the philosophy of this Atletico Madrid team, because as a football fan, whenever you hear of a player coming from Atletico Madrid, you just think of him as a defender, irrespective of his position. That is the Diego Simeone ideology. You just feel this player is known for his defensive duties. We've gone past that stage. We want to see Atletico Madrid play well, fine, attacking kind of football. We don't want to see them just parking the balls. Against Elche, they just play the ball around. There is no killer pass coming in. You don't see that hunger from these players. Sometimes if change is not being put in place, these players will not even have the motivation. I remember some fans saying that Manchester City last season, that they got tired because there was no motivation anymore. That the players there was nothing new. They've done it already and nothing new is coming. So why work hard for something that you've been doing back to back? So, but I feel the motivation there is that as a new player, if you are brought in and you've seen that, yes, I was here, I have done it already, you want to push hard to get your own done. So Atletico Madrid gets new players every season. They get new players. So what they just need is a change of tactics, a change of mentality, a change of training pattern. And believe me, we'll get to see the 3-horse race again. We'll get to see them maybe fighting to the end of the La Liga season before maybe handing over the title to maybe their compatriot or getting to clinch the title themselves. But we are tired of seeing cases where they lose to Espanyol, maybe get draw with Elche, and maybe go on to win the Madrid derby, and they feel they're back on their perch already again. So this is a time to, if not sack him, come to a mutual understanding, tell the man to leave, and let's get a new manager in.
Alex, are they too comfortable, the hierarchy? I mean, Atletico Madrid, before Simeone came in and stabilized and turned them to what they were today, or what they are today, they're not really a stable Champions League club. Sometimes they qualify, sometimes they find themselves there. Let's not forget during the days of Kun Aguero, Diego Forlan. Before that, there were others, but they weren't really a stable Champions League side. But Simeone has come. He's won 2 La Liga titles, won 2 Europa League titles, taking them to 2 Champions League finals, and they qualify for the Champions League regularly. Revenue is up. So you think they're just comfortable in their shell? Because, I mean, it's not like anyone is coming to displace them anytime soon, because of, we all talk about the competitiveness of the La Liga as things stand. And also, do you think it's time we draw the curtain on the title race before it even began for Atletico Madrid?
If we look at record-wise, Henry, with all the things that you've called, coming from that status where they were almost nobody, the popular saying will just come to mind: if it's not broken, don't fix it. So everybody is immediately thinking, are Atletico Madrid broken? Sure, they're doing the kind of things that we've seen from clubs in recent times, when you are almost sure, no matter how bad they play this season, you're almost sure that they are going to be in the Champions League next season. They are going to secure a top 4 spot. They might fight for the title, they might not fight for the title. It's still early days. But then you're thinking, with everything and with how he transformed the club, you'd want to keep Diego Simeone. But then at the same time, you're beginning to notice that things are changing. The football has evolved, and it feels like Diego Simeone is probably the only one that still plays it in the old way or the old pattern, where you know that you have to switch tactics. I mean, one of the most sought after names or sought after me. He wasn't someone I'll call sought after, but every time I've watched him play, he has lit up the pitch. And I'm referring to Alex Baena, and Atletico Madrid got Alex Baena, and they've not even been able to. He was one of the highest assist providers over the last 2 to 3 seasons. He has created the highest chances.
He was highest assist provider last season and 2 seasons ago in the La Liga.
What are we not saying? Alex Baena, they just got Giacomo Raspadori. They got Manuel Ruggeri from Atalanta, Matteo. I beg your pardon. And you know, look at the team they are trying to assemble. Okay, they sold off Samuel Lino. They got someone for that position, and I can't particularly remember. But I think, okay, I saw Gallan play yesterday. I saw Diego Llorente. When Simeone came off, we saw Molina come on. There's still a team there. Coupled with their front line, you know, they've let go of Angel Correa, but they've also brought in, people. They've brought in enough chance creators there into that team. And when I'm trying to highlight the Baena, I think it's someone
let me run through their summer signings so far quickly. They've brought in Alex Baena, David Hanko, the centre back from Feyenoord,
yeah.
Johnny Cardoso, Real Betis, DMC, central midfielder, Giacomo Raspadori, Thiago Almada, Matteo Ruggeri, Marc Pubil. They've all come in. Santiago Mourinho, and yes, those are the players that have actually come in. They've let go of they've also brought in Juan Musso. Then they've let go of
Musso, the goalkeeper.
Yes, Musso, the goalkeeper. They've let go of Arthur Verman. No, I think
Verman should be on loan now.
Yeah, Verman is on loan. Yeah. They've let go of Rodrigo de Paul. Saul has left. I think Longley has left as well. I'll confirm Verman shortly.
Rodrigo Riquelme should also have left.
Yeah, he has left to Real Betis. Yeah.
So if you look at that, you just mentioned like 7-8 signings. There was Marc Pubil was being. He was a deal I saw. It was one of the sagas of this summer I saw that was being hijacked from AC Milan to one like hey, everybody were trying to hijack. And the next thing I saw was Marc Pubil to Atletico Madrid. Here we go. So he's well wanted on the market. We all know that. But why at the end of the day are they not still performing? It's early days. But if you watch their first 2 games, they have been so disappointing. They had 8 shots on target. Elche had 1. The scoreline ended 1-1. Look at every time they went forward. They did not really look like they were about to create chances or something. It was almost like half-court chances. You should not be doing that. Especially, look at, I would say, a team that sits back. I would not say Elche sat back that well. Yes, all of them, the new teams that have just been promoted to La Liga, none of them are particularly fun to watch. You're going to see them behind every man back at almost all times. But at the same time, we saw Levante go 2-0 up against Barca, and look at how Barca came out guns blazing. That is what a top side does. That's what a top team does. You know that, okay, I don't care if I'm away or at home. This is a side that just got promoted. This is a side that you know that I can still beat. And then they came out, and in the space of like 6-7 minutes they were level and they started pushing for the go-ahead goal. That is what big sides do. So if you leave this behind and say, okay, this is or let's put, for example, an Elche versus maybe an Alaves kind of game, you can understand that kind of scoreline. But this is not what you would expect from a top side at home that just lost the previous week. So the principles, the dynamics, they have to go back to the board. Something has to change. Number one, do you have a seat and discussion with Diego Simeone in terms of how he plans to adapt to the new system? Yes, we might say things have not changed in football all that much in terms of tactically, which almost nobody says, but it is so obvious that Atletico Madrid side is in need of a change. I mean, I've seen teams that adapt and play in different ways, and he just seems stuck to his principles and his basics. That should be a team with all the signings, with all their incomings. That should be a side that should be competing every season. Last season, it got to a point where I'll tell you by match day 25 to 28, Henry, we no longer saw them in the title race. They were just comfortably clear. They were like 7 points behind Real Madrid, and they were okay with it. I think they sort of just counted themselves out, and they did not give it any more effort again. Okay, in the Club World Cup, we saw the same thing there. In the Champions League, how did they leave? Almost as embarrassing. So this is a side that we know should be fighting for trophies, that we know should be competing and turning heads in the La Liga. If you look at the 2 seasons they won the La Liga under Diego Simeone, I think only the first one has to be the impressive one. The second one was when which one? The most recent one, was that 2022 or 20?
Get that. I think that was 20. Was that 2021 or 2022?
2022.
Suarez, the Suarez season.
The Suarez season. If you see both Barca and Real Madrid, they were going through reforms, very bad reforms at the time, and particularly maybe you'd say, okay, Real Madrid should have given maybe a better fight, but Barca had just lost Lionel Messi. The whole team was built around him then, and they were trying to start all over again, and depending on young stars. So I might want to give Barca, maybe I'll cut them some slack in terms of that season, but they were impressive that season, not because of just their own ability.
2020-2021 season.
Okay. So, no, as I was saying, not just because of their own ability. I would not say they were just impressive or just too good. No, I would say if the others gave them space to do what they did. It's almost like saying, okay, in a title race this season, you'd expect the top teams to be there. So if the top teams are not in the title race, which is what brought about the narrative last season that Liverpool had it easy, they were not easy. Yes, they were outstanding. They were by far, the best, or probably the best team in the league last season. But also, almost no one else turned up to the party, with Arsenal getting distracted and all of that. So that played a huge role in their title winning season, Atletico Madrid to be precise. So you'd expect a team like Atletico Madrid to be competing, especially with these players they've brought in, to fight, to compete, and to be able to try and disturb the occasion. And Welbeck has just seen his penalty saved. Everton are hell-bent on doing everything right today. Pickford with the save on that one. Okay, so back to Atletico Madrid. Something has to give. So like I said, it's either you're discussing, it's either you're going to be having a conversation with Diego Simeone in terms of what is to change, what is to give. Your highest paid manager, the man who has won every or has won most of your trophies in this century, has sent you back to the top and has done everything. He's not someone that you discard easily. He's what we call the pioneers of Atletico Madrid in terms of the foundation of the club and bringing them up again. It's all him. Yes, we have to give him his kudos, but then it gets to a point where you have to say, okay, thank you very much for your contribution, but I think it's time for you to leave. Do I think Atletico Madrid will sack Diego Simeone? I don't think they will. I do think that they have some sort of gentleman agreement with him where after a season they come back to reevaluate performances.
But the man signed a new contract. Was that last season or 2 seasons back? Which is
more reason why he's one of those managers I used to think unsackable, particularly because of the club he coaches. He brings in players that fit his ideology, his philosophy. They always have this fight spirit. You know how aggressive most of the Atletico Madrid players are. When the game has begun to get very heated, they will always turn up. So he thrives on those kind of situations, and I think the Atleti fans, the Atleti board also knows that, okay, this is what he brings. But in terms of tactically, can you compare Atleti to any of the top teams again in Europe? They are not there. They are not it right now. So if you're looking at the market, you're probably looking at which manager do I bring in right now that gives this team a whole new shape. It's about time for a change. I think it's high time when they looked at things and they saw that something has to change, something has to give. This Atletico Madrid side should be playing much better than they are, but they are not. This Atletico Madrid side should be scoring way more goals than they are, but they are not. They are doing almost, I would say, a sort of like receding almost every season. Apart from, the title winning season, every season after that is sort of like one drop off or the other. So where you'd expect things of maybe even greater levels, they are not attaining it. And the Elche match has just stressed it out. Even before the Elche match, I was saying towards the end of last season how poor their form became into the Club World Cup, how poorly they performed there too. So you're looking at that Atletico Madrid side, and then another factor I'd also like to look at is when you look at the market, you're probably looking at which manager do I get that comes into this team and fits in with them, Henry, which is why I'm saying I'm particularly of the opinion that I don't think Atletico Madrid can let Diego Simeone leave now. Which attacking manager fits into this team and immediately transforms them, let's say half season in or a couple of months into the new season? You're looking at how many managers do you have on the market. You're just going to try your luck. You're not going to give that person a proper time to settle in. So the results this season will be almost as inconsistent, and to go as far as to count them out of the title race so early on, I don't know if I'll count them out, but I don't think they are going to be involved. But it's early days, and I think maybe they would still obviously or almost obviously mark their place in the top 4, which they've always consecutively bagged every season. But then in terms of hiring a new manager, they'll be looking at it. The hierarchy will be looking at it, and they'll be thinking Diego Simeone and hiring a new manager. I think it's almost the same thing, because you're keeping a Simeone that already knows his squad and can probably dink out some results here and there with them, enough to earn them a UCL spot, a top 3 spot, a top 3 finish at the end of the season, rather than bringing in a whole new manager with a whole new philosophy. We saw that last season with Ruben Amorim, where you'd expect things to work. It did not quite work out. And I would say if you had given the man a bit more time to settle in before the season had begun, maybe United maybe would have adapted better, particularly to a new style, which is the same thing you're thinking of if you're bringing a new manager. Okay, look at Inter Milan that just lost Simeone Inzaghi. The new manager Chivu is not going to come in and play according to Simeone Inzaghi's principles and his leader. He has his own way. He has how he thinks he should approach every game with that Inter team. He has let go of some fullbacks that you'd expect. Okay, yes, these are Inter's core team. So it tells you that his setup might be a whole lot different. If you're looking at the kind of team that Atletico Madrid, considering the amount of players they brought in, we mentioned Almada, attacking midfielder, Giacomo Raspadori, attacking midfielder, Bayern are still an attacking midfielder, and the way Simeone sets his team up, there's barely any space for one attacking midfielder in the side. Sometimes you see 2 to 3, you see Koke, you see Gallagher, all of them all starting at the same time along with wing backs. So he barely sets his team up to attack. A new manager now comes in and he's thinking, how do I put my attacking strengths to use, bring all of them out to the forefront and change the entire structure and philosophy of the team. And it's not something that the hierarchy are thinking should be done in half a season. So I think they'll evaluate Simeone's performances. They will have evaluated his time at the club, and they would, just because of the fact that he has done all these things we have mentioned, they would let him go probably at the end of the season. If they have underwhelmed like massively, they would let Simeone go on a gentleman based kind of agreement where he wants to keep that record of him and Pep Guardiola have not been sacked. So we'd probably look at it and we are like, okay, Simeone, your time has come. It's time to go. A new manager will come in and set up. But that Atletico Madrid team, they have not looked impressive. Not at all. Not since towards the end of last season, and definitely not the start of this season either.
Okay, Victor, let me head over to you. Barcelona, like we did note earlier, coming from 2 goals down against Levante yesterday to actually win that game 3-2. That was about the 4th time they've done that under Hansi Flick. I don't want to go into the Levante penalty, whether it was a handball or not a handball. Maybe it seemed quite unfair for that to be given as a penalty, but what does this say about Hansi Flick and his Barcelona side again? I know some people raise the questions that the defensive issues are still there, because why will you go 2 goals down against Levante at the end of the day? We also saw the mistake from Pau Kubasi that led to the first goal, then the penalty for the second goal. But they've shown a lot, or they showed a lot of character that has characterized them from last season under Flick, the ability to come back, and also the attacking threat and intent they enter every game with. So definitely you can't look beyond Barcelona again this season as things stand, and they're still showing it with the games they are playing.
Team that has a never say die attitude, because this is a team that is being built on young talents, energy. I think last season when we watched them against Inter Milan team there in the semi-finals of the UEFA Champions League. You could see that energy in that team. You could see that flair. Hansi Flick brings a different kind of football to this team. He brings an attacking kind of football. He brings an interesting kind of football for you to see, and he has the players at his disposal. This is a Barcelona team that, to an extent, sometimes I say this team is more of a one-way traffic, because when I watched that semi-final, it was just played around that man Lamine Yamal, but you can't undermine their energy, because this is a team that doesn't know when to take their legs off the gas, because this is a team that has that energy to run you down from first minute to the 90th minute. This is a team that, yes, you can't say they've lost. Yesterday when I saw, I think at some point Levante had a good disallowed yesterday. When I saw the 2-goal lead, I just felt it wasn't over, because this is a team that, yes, they believe miracles do happen. They believe they can drag the game till the very end. So I just feel Hansi Flick, he is in a Barcelona team that, yes, he can't spend the money like his other counterparts. He can't spend the money. He can't do what Chelsea, what Liverpool, what even Real Madrid are doing with the money, but he can still make things happen. And let's not also forget that Barcelona has one of the best academy in world football. The academy alone can produce a title-winning team. He can produce a treble-winning team. This is an academy that's produced lots of world-class players and is still producing. So I feel Hansi Flick just wants to build this team around the young guns. Maybe with a few experienced players in the team, we can see this team dominating the La Liga for so many seasons to come. We look at the incomings this season. We had the goalkeeper from Espanyol, Juan Garcia. We also had this man, Marcus Rashford, coming in. These are quality signings. They might not beat the 100 million mark. They might not beat world record transfers, but these are quality signings, because when you look at the goalkeeper aspect for Barcelona, Andre Ter Stegen has been a very good servant for this team. He has been a good shot stopper. When you look at Barcelona, he has been with them from when he came into the team and up to now. But you look at the injury records. At some point, we had Inaki Pena deputizing for lots of matches. So that is why Barcelona felt this is the time to make a change. Though the man doesn't want to leave, but they want to build this team around the young guns. We've seen so many persons never gave Dani Olmo a chance in this Barcelona team. Looking at his stature, looking at the physicality of the La Liga, they just felt maybe this man will be run over. But look at what Flick is doing with this team. And let's say they couldn't get their dream signing, the man from Athletic Bilbao, Nico Williams. If they had gotten that signing, then we would have been saying Barcelona for maybe the quadruple. Because imagine having your defense go against young guns, Lamine Yamal from the right, Nico Williams from the left. Then you have the experience of Lewandowski in the middle. You also have that flair, that trickery of Rafinha playing behind Lewandowski. So you just feel it is not over. That is why they always dominate the El Clasico. Because these are not just young guns that knows how to play this football. These are young guns that have this connection, they have this synergy. When you see them play, you just feel, for Real Madrid fans, you just feel this is what we want to see Vinicius Junior and Kylian Mbappe do. You just know that once you flick the ball behind, you know where the next man is going to. So this Barcelona team, Flick is really building something. We might not see it now. Maybe you might be seeing flashes now, but believe me, 2 to 3 seasons from now, we will be seeing a Barcelona team that will still roll back the old days, the days of Andres Iniesta, the days of Lionel Messi. This is a team that, yes, Yamal is still very much young. The man is not even up to 20 and is being touted as a Ballon d'Or winner. So just imagine this man giving you the next 10 to 15 years under the tutelage of Hansi Flick. Then this man will be a world beater. So I just feel Barcelona are cooking something. Maybe let them get their team, the financial aspect of their team. Let them sort it out. Let them sort out the whatever they need to balance as regards FFP and the others, then they can maybe bring in one or two signings, replace the injury-prone players, because I feel the only problem this Hansi Flick team has is the high line. They don't have defense.
And that is a question. Can they continue with the defensive frailties?
The thing there is that we've seen lots of this happen. We saw Jurgen Klopp, I think his first 2 seasons, where he normally went on winning games 5-4, 4-3. So they say that attack wins you games, defense wins you titles. When you look at an attacking team coming up against Barcelona, then the defensive frailties will be shown, because having strikers that know how to peel off the high line, and when you don't have fast defenders, the likes of Kubasi, the likes of Inigo Martinez has left the team. These are not fast players. These are not players that has that technical know-how of playing in this high line. They might be good on their day, but that defensive frailties is always there. So I just feel what they need is maybe get 1 or 2 signings into the defense. 1 or 2 signings that, yes, can maybe hold off that defense. Because when you look at Alejandro Balde is good, but these days the man is always injured. Then you look at Koundé is very, very decent for that Barcelona team, but you also need squad depth. If Barcelona were to have maybe the kind of defenders they envisage, the likes of Kubasi will not be starting games. Maybe coming from maybe some games where the first choice defenders needs rest, but he will not be starting games. So I just feel when they come up against a good attacking team, then it will be shown. Just imagine them going up against that attacking flair of Paris Saint-Germain. Just know that there will always be goals. They might get to score 3, they might get to concede 3. But sometimes you don't just need to score to win. We saw Arsenal last week against Manchester United. They didn't play anything just as we saw that day, but the defense kept them in. So sometimes you just need the defense to do the magic. We saw it last season where the first leg, Liverpool against Paris Saint-Germain, the defense and the goalkeeper kept them in that game. So sometimes what you need is not just the goals, because there are times when Yamal might be unfortunate in a game and not get the goals. There are times when the likes of Rafinha may be injured and you have just the defense. Can they hold off against a Kylian Mbappe? Can they hold off against a Vinicius Junior? Can they hold off against the likes of Julian Alvarez? Coming up to the Champions League stage, can they hold off against the likes of maybe Mo Salah? Even the likes of Joao Pedro from Chelsea. This is a team that can punish this Barcelona team any day. So I just feel, let them sort their house, sort the financial aspect, then get 1 or 2 signings from the next transfer window. Because looking at it, this transfer window is no longer possible. But if they can just get 1 or 2 signings, maybe get 2 quick centre backs. I even felt maybe someone like Denilson might have been a good signing for them, or maybe Zabanyi from Bournemouth, the man that went to Paris Saint-Germain. It would have been a decent signing for that Barcelona team, because the man, we saw what Bournemouth put out last season. He was a key figure in that team. So I feel these are the kind of signings that you need in that team. These are the kind of signings that, if the defense is very much solid, the attack can express themselves very well. But when you know that you scoring 2 does not mean you've won, you just feel, I think we are seeing a case. Is this a case of a penalty?
They are asking for a penalty, but it looks like offside is being blown.
Okay. Because whatever you give at this point, whoever takes it now takes the day already, because this is already the 93rd minute, and Crystal Palace are still knocking very well in this game.
It looks quite offside. It looks offside.
It looks quite.
His arms around him.
If it's not offside, then this is a penalty. So back to what we were saying, I just feel this Barcelona team maybe needs to.
I do think Sasso did there.
I think the contact happened. The contact happened outside the box.
No, definitely the contact looks inside the box.
No, look at
He's
it.
offside. His feet is ahead of.
I think his foot is ahead of the.
But he gets to that ball well before Murillo, but he's offside.
He's offside. So I just feel this Barcelona team. I think this is not the time to go to the La Masia to get a defender. This is the time to get a well-proven defender, a defender that might not, in terms of the big stage, he will not be scared. A defender that can give that assurance, because there are some defenders that will be behind you. As an attacker, you'll be very much assured that yes, whatever you lose in front, he can mop it out. But when you have a defense that's in local palace, you say, hey God, if you have those kind of defense, then you just, every time you're always on your toes, you're always scared. So I just feel this Barcelona team is a very good work in progress. This is a Barcelona team that, if maybe one or two holes being carefully and properly fixed, then we can see them dominating not just the La Liga, but also dominating the European stage.
Okay, so are you seeing Barcelona still as a favourite? Atletico Madrid, what do you say about their title chance? Maybe is it high time Diego Simeone actually leaves and that team gets a breath of fresh air, or do you think they can still muster up enough to actually be or still retain or remain in the title race? 0701 923 996 0701 933 996. So that's for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. And let's get ready to talk about the English Premier League before we head over to the phone lines. Alex, Manchester City. Tijani Randers. It's Randers. We defeated Wolverhampton Wanderers. Fantastic performance. Funny, but we all saw something. We said City showed a lot of defensive frailties in that Wolverhampton Wanderers game, and it felt like against a better team, they will struggle. Even was it on Wednesday when me, you, and Ovie and Benjamin and Ovie were talking about yesterday's game against Tottenham before the game? That was during last week, and I was like, Tottenham should be a nice example of probably how to beat Man City this season. We all saw how they kept things so tight at the back. City could barely create anything, and they capitalized on the defensive frailties. I just felt like, why are you selling Ederson since Trafford is this way at this point? Because it was just errors upon errors from Trafford in the second half of yesterday's game. And some people are of the opinion, bring in Donnarumma, but we all know Donnarumma is not as comfortable on the ball as well. So, I mean, it just feels like, why are you selling Ederson if you cannot find someone that is just as good as Ederson on the ball? Ederson was a fine shot, or he's a fine shot stopper as well. Decent shot stopper. But, I mean, Trafford, Donnarumma, decent, fine shot stoppers. But do any of them have that capacity on the ball like Ederson? And we also saw how shaky Trafford was when he came down to that yesterday.
Well, first of all, concerning the defeat, I just want to say it is Tottenham. It's what Tottenham does to Manchester City. They will be on a treble winning campaign. Tottenham will happen. They could be on, a Centurion run, and Tottenham will happen. They just seem to be that thorn in Pep Guardiola's flesh, and it is not just one team. It is, we've seen Kane and Son leave. We've seen Dele Alli and Eriksen leave. Steven Bergwijn, people that we knew always turned up or lived up for this kind of fixtures, they've left. We've seen 3-4 managers come in with Tottenham and still beat Pep Guardiola. So they are a thorn in his flesh. He's probably thinking about, how do I up this Tottenham side? But then, apart from that, tactically, the way Tottenham has set up, particularly yesterday, was a quick reminder that City does need some defensive fixing. And in not just anything, I think I would say for City fans, I would say for people who are lovers of the football that Manchester City play, they need to make up their mind, because you cannot have two qualities. You are either going to have Ederson, like you did say, is a decent shot stopper. He's not going to be a world-class shot stopper like Alisson or Donnarumma that they are reportedly trying to bring in. He's not also going to be, I think even Trafford had a better save percentage than Ederson, so we can call him a much better, or at least a slightly better shot stopper than Ederson is, but none of them come close to his distribution, his ball distribution abilities. So it's about, if you are a fan of the club, if you support them, or if you love the football that Pep Guardiola has built his team to play, you're asking yourself, what do I want in my between my sticks? What do I want in terms of my goalkeeping capabilities? And your answer is so very obvious, because you are either going to choose one. You're not going to have two. This is not a Manuel Neuer once in a generation kind of goalkeeper situation where he is also very good on the feet, and he's an excellent, not decent, he's an excellent shot stopper. So you are going to pick one, and Pep Guardiola has to also accept that some things have to change. Like you mentioned, Donnarumma too is not even that much better on his feet. So you can't say, once he comes, Trafford is no longer going to play too much matches because he's not good on his feet. Donnarumma has proven time and without number that he's no better. So what you're thinking right now, if you're Pep Guardiola, is this team has to change. Something has to change. Number one, you cannot allow that amount of pressure on the back and at your keeper when you know that Trafford is going to be susceptible to most of those errors. We saw him make at least two in the first half yesterday, one of which was punished by João Palhinha's goal. Then we also saw difficulties in the defense, which we did talk about after the Wolves game. I was talking about how on 2 to 3 occasions I saw Manchester City try to play high line, where everybody steps forward and try to keep someone offside to catch him. And I was like, this is almost new, because we've not seen it in terms of last season. Even when they were doing poorly, we didn't see all of that from City. But like you did say, Henry, every time an opponent goes forward, either on the counter or just with possession, they just look so shaky. They look like they are about to concede a goal any moment. And I was telling you about how I could say that about almost every Premier League side apart from Arsenal, almost every Premier League Big Six side apart from Arsenal, and which is why I was stressing why, in my arguments for Arsenal to win the league and all of that. But that one is by the way. Returning back to Manchester City, their defensive frailties, like we did say, shows that there is work to be done massively in terms of selection, in terms of the kind of games you're about to play. Okay, Diaz and Stones. Today we can say, okay, Diaz is supposed to be the cover, and then Stones is, going to obviously be the distributor among both of them. If you look at that back line now, when you're being hit, when you're under pressure, they bend immediately. They become almost shapeless. You need something of like an aggressor, particularly against the kind of opponents. If you're going to play opponents that they are going to come out to play against you, you're going to turn to your bench and you're thinking, I have a certain Abdulkadir Kusanov there. I have, Akanji is set to leave, but he wasn't particularly the strongest, but at least, he was also the fastest centre back there, one of the fastest centre backs there. So he was rapid, which means he could also help to stop some of those counter attacks, some of those movements. And you're thinking it's about the centre back for the occasion. I mentioned that I think City have more centre backs than almost any other positions. They have about 6 to 7, and they've even let one or two leave on loan. Juamaba was supposed to return. He was sent on loan almost immediately. So you have players like that, and you know that each of them is supposed to be suited for the occasion. Okay, now you have Aki. He came in. We saw him against Kudus playing off the wing after he picked up the injury, and he did not look so good because he has not played. He looked a bit rusty going up against Kudus. We also saw Kusanov in the first game. I think we also saw Kusanov yesterday. I'm trying to remember if he did come on against Tottenham. And we saw that while he's okay, he still lacks this bit of experience. Pep always tries to partner him with someone who can tell him or who can instruct him, which is most likely going to be Ruben Diaz, who can instruct him on what to do and how to move and all of that. So everybody has their situation, everybody has their time in that back line. This is particularly stressing the back line. Everybody has a role to play in that City's back line. So your personality and how you play in that defense is supposed to be dependent on your centre-back partner, which is going to complement and going to probably improve your play for the day, or how you play, particularly shaped on how you're lined up. If you leave the back line and let's head back to the goalkeeping positions, they still have too many issues. They have plenty things to sort out there. Like I said, you're going to have to choose one. An excellent shot stopper when City is being faced with a lot of shots, or someone who's comfortable on. Even Stefan Ortega was much better than the performance I saw against Trafford. Saw with Trafford, I meant to say yesterday. Trafford looked so uncomfortable on the ball. Sometimes he just seemed to boot it under pressure, and in circumstances like that, it's the smartest thing you could do. When faced with pressure, just boot it away or in any direction. And he did not seem to do that at least once or twice, and he was still trying to impress the home fans. I could say there was a bit of pressure on him. Everybody wants to see what his ball distribution abilities are, and then we keep forgetting that he is not Ederson Moraes. This is not someone who is going to be very comfortable on the ball. So you are going to have to choose. He's a slightly better shot stopper than Ederson, but he's not going to give you the same ball distribution abilities. Neither is Donnarumma. Make up your mind and say, okay, this is who I want. I want a shot stopper. Stick with it and change the philosophy of the back line. You can no longer attract that much pressure when playing with the ball. City are a team that loves possession. They can toy with you around their own final third. They'll toy with you in possession, have runners, and immediately they are almost out of your press. That's for teams that do decide to press Manchester City. We saw Tottenham do that impressively yesterday. And Tottenham were pressing almost down to 1 to 2 men on James Trafford as soon as they recognized his defensive frailties. So everybody insistently, just almost instantly picked up on what he was doing in that defense, and then that was what led to the second goal. So like I did say, in the goalkeeping department, you have to make up your mind and some changes have to be made. You have to look at the team and say, okay, this is not a team now that I can particularly set up at the back to play possession wise, because the minute you're under pressure, your first link up to get out of trouble is going to be your goalkeeper. And when your goalkeeper has also shown that he is not dependable under pressure, then something has to change. Then that means your pattern or the way you play, the way you set up tactically has to change, because you're not about to go into the market and get another goalkeeper that is comfortable on his feet. So what Manchester City or what their fans, what Pep Guardiola, you're probably thinking is, how do we change this team? Okay, granted, you have one more game before the international break, and you're probably thinking, how do we sort out some of these issues beforehand? You've played a poor Wolves side that we all sat here and we nominated them to be one of the relegation candidates this season. Yes, you played them, you beat them, and now you've gone up against your nemesis, where, as most people would say, it was a 12:30 kickoff against Tottenham. It was almost expected, but then at the same time, you did not play particularly impressive. There were sparks of brilliance 20-30 minutes in, where it looked almost sure that City would get a goal, and then out of nowhere, the bad spell just happened. So you're looking at that performance. You want to take positives from the first 20-30 minutes attack wise. You want to look at how those people that performed, Tijani, Ryan Cherki, when he came off the bench against Wolves, you want to look at how to involve them better into the game, how to inculcate the team around them. I think Tijani is someone that you can really build this team around. And we saw how much stable and how much possession was retained when Rodri came on for Nico Gonzalez. So they don't give you the same qualities. And like I said, you're going to have to pick the kind of matches or the way you want to play your opponents and who is better fit to go up against them. So this City team, they still have a lot and a long way to go in terms of being back from their very poor spell last season. And if you're thinking about it, you're probably thinking, not only do we have to change defensively, we're also going to have to adapt to the fact that it is a team that is going to rely on 1, 2, 3 touches of experience with the squad players, and then a whole fresh batch of young players, both from the academy and new signings too. So a lot has to change. But I can say that particularly against Tottenham, I could almost say I called that result. Not in terms of performance, because the performance was almost very shameful, particularly in the second half, where you'd expect them to come out and at least try to get 1 or 2 goals back. And they did not. They absolutely had, I think, 1 or even none shots on target too in the second half of that game. So it was a poor second half performance. But at the same time, performance-wise, they do have to sit up. You look at it and you're like, okay, let's say maybe we were a bit blindsided by the Wolves' results, yes, and a lot of people were immediately calling for Manchester City to not be underrated as title favourites, but for us that watched the game, we saw, like you did say, Henry, all the defensive frailties in that Manchester City side against Wolves, and how Wolves looked very dangerous, looked like they could score 2 or 3 every time they went forward. So it's something that he has to note. It's something he has to adjust. Pep Guardiola, I mean, he has to think of how to tweak the side, like we did say. You mix experience with the young energy you have in the squad now. So in terms of Manchester City as a whole, a change is needed tactically, and how the Pep Guardiola wants to set them up, set players who are set to, against their own kind of opponents with their own individual kind of skills. You set those players up to play those kind of games. And also, what you're thinking, particularly in the goalkeeping department, is just one thing: make a choice. It's either you're going for a shot stopper or you're going to get someone who's good on the ball. How many goalkeepers have both abilities in today's market? They are not many. They are very few. So one thing you're thinking is, do I keep Ederson? Do I go ahead with Donnarumma? Or do I just tweak this Manchester City side and see if something comes out of it?
Victor, let's look at Tottenham Hotspurs. Europa League champions, sack the man that won the trophy for them, Ange Postecoglou. They brought in Thomas Frank, who a lot of people feel is actually a good coach, especially you look at what he was able to achieve with the Brentford side. He comes into a Tottenham squad with better quality players, a coach who has more respect for defending than Ange ever did, and was not even willing to show Ange was not willing to show any sort of will to try and defend, especially except in the Europa League, when he turned out that was probably his saving grace if he could get that trophy, which he did at the end of the day. But a Thomas Frank who is ready to be pragmatic, ready to be realistic, ready to shift and change and toy around with his side to suit the opponent, and has a basis on set piece and defensive philosophy. Do you think a lot of people didn't rate Tottenham enough going into this season? Are you expecting more from them, not just on the basis of maybe that victory against Man City yesterday, maybe even the performance in the UEFA Super Cup, even the performance against Burnley opening game? Do you think there's more to come from Tottenham Hotspurs this season?
I think there's more to come because so many just feel when you hear the name Thomas Frank, you just think of his defensive capabilities. But yesterday we did see what Jurgen Klopp said many years ago, that the counter press is the best playmaking in football, and yesterday that was what they just used to capitalize on Manchester City's defensive errors, because the high press was too much yesterday. We did see whenever they lost the ball, every player was out there pressing very high, and believe me, Manchester City didn't even have that time, because we watched the game against Wolves. We could see Tijani Reinders owning the midfield. We could see him making those passes. He was the heartbeat of that Manchester City team against Wolves, because he knew when to make the balls move. He knew when to attack the spaces and all that. But we couldn't see that yesterday because the press was very, very high. We could see Pape Matassa making sure that he covers every blade of grass there in the midfield, because the man was just. We even saw Richarlison pressing the defenders. He didn't even give them space. So I just feel Thomas Frank is, sometimes I feel he's underrated, because you look at teams in the English Premier League, you feel there are coaches that has a high pedigree, and I think he is that coach that can come from a small team and do it very well in a big team. The likes of Graham Potter might have had a good shot at Chelsea. The likes of David Moyes, no disrespect to the man, he had a good shot at Manchester United. Maybe he didn't work out the way he wanted, but Thomas Frank is that coach. Most of us could remember when any big team goes to the GTEC Stadium, you just knew that you were up for something. If you don't play very well, you can't get a result. There were times where Manchester City went on to win the league, but Brentford did the double against them. During the days of Ivan Toney, the days of Brian Mbeumo, this is a team that when he sets up at Brentford, he sets up in a 3-5-2 formation. When he sets up in that formation, before you can break the defensive wall he sets, you know that yes, you've worked very hard. Last season, we saw Liverpool needing 2 late-minute goals from Darwin Núñez to get the win. That's to show you that this man knows what he's doing. And he doesn't just play a defensive kind of game. He knows when to hit you on the counter-attack. He knows when to use his set-piece abilities and also hit you there. Then you look at this Tottenham team. Yesterday, on paper, before the game started, when I saw the lineup, I just saw a very balanced Tottenham team. Because when you look at the days of Harry Kane, you just feel Tottenham had a good squad, but it wasn't this balanced. You look at the defensive, the centre-back pairing, you have the athleticism of Mickey van den Ven. When they press high, when they lose the ball, the man has the pace to come back to get the ball. Then you look at this man, Romero. We know what Romero can do on his day. He has the dark arts when it comes to defense too. He is that stubborn defender that doesn't let you breathe till the end of the game. Then you also look at the left back, Jet Spence. Maybe when Udogie comes back, I think he will be sitting on the bench, because if you look at what Jet Spence does in that team, he is that Mr. Versatile in that team. There are times he plays as a right back, there are times he plays as a left back, and also can play in the midfield. So this team has everything you need. Let's not forget Pedro Porro. In the Premier League, he is one of the best right backs in the Premier League. He has the attacking ability. He also has the defensive ability. Then you look at this midfield, you look at the attack. At some point, I even forgot they had a certain attacker like Dominic Solanke, because you just feel this is a Tottenham team. You just saw Richarlison, and in the second half they were bringing in Dominic Solanke, and you're like, this team has everything. We know Tottenham to always be Tottenham at some point. Maybe Thomas Frank can actually prove us wrong, but I feel this team will have a very good shot at the top 4. I don't want to put them there in the title race for now.
Nobody is putting them in the title race for now.
No, because there was, I think 2 seasons ago, Tottenham started very well. It was last season.
Even last season.
They started very well, and we could remember the signings they made. The signings, and everyone was like, this Tottenham team is up there for the title. And 5 to 6 games, they went back to default setting. So, but you look at this Tottenham team, maybe they can do very well against the big guns, because you can only press teams that are willing to come out to play. Imagine they go up against a Burnley team that wants to sit back and soak up pressure. You can't press them, because you will be getting the ball. You will be pressed at the end. So I feel maybe when it comes up against the Manchester Cities, the Liverpool, the Arsenal team, even Arsenal at some point knows how to defend when they play against their fellow big teams. They will just soak up the pressure, know when to hold the ball, and know when to go back. So I just feel this is philosophy will work very well when it comes to the big team, but can it work out when it comes to the small team? That's the same issue he had when he was at Brentford. You could see him put up good numbers against the big teams, but when he goes up against the likes of Wolves, the likes of West Ham, you just see results that you are like, how did this happen? We saw Sunderland last week do very well against West Ham, beat West Ham black and blue 3-0, but yesterday they came up against their fellow incomings and they were whitewashed 2-0 there. So I just feel some of these teams, when they come up against the teams we expect them to put the good numbers in, you just see them dropping down. So I just feel this Thomas Frank's team is still too early, but with the performance they put out yesterday, then the other big teams should be looking at. The North London derby, believe me, will be something you don't want to miss, because imagine Arteta trying to do one over this Tottenham team, and Thomas Frank decided, if you want to go set piece for set piece, we are ready. Because yesterday we saw Arsenal, 2 corners, 2 goals from it. So imagine Thomas Frank's team that loves this set piece. How do we undo each other? So the Premier League promises to be very, very exciting this season. There are lots of dramas everywhere. So many are already saying West Ham are candidates for the relegation. Wolves are already candidates of the relegation. But let's not be too surprised that we might get to see at week 15. We might see them somewhere in 11th position. they just find their way around, and still stay in the Premier League. And we'll get to see these relegation teams that came from relegation that already some of them. Burnley already has 3 points. Leeds United already has 3 points. Sunderland has 3 points. The three of them already, they're off the mark already. One win in 2 games. So that's to show you that they mean business. Then on the other hand, the traditional Premier League teams, West Ham United, they've already conceded. I think the first game they conceded 3. Now they considered 5. That's 8 goals in 2 games.
Wolves has considered 5. Both are yet to win a game.
So this to show you that. But these are traditional Premier League teams. Yeah. They still have their way around. We might just get to see them put the good numbers against their rivals. Then when they come to the big teams, they concede for fun. Then go in again. The formula there is just win your games. Win the games that you feel you can win. A Sunderland fan was asked after the game against West Ham. He said he's confident that they can win against Burnley, because if they could do it against West Ham. But we watched the game yesterday and we saw that it's easier said than done. So I just feel Thomas Frank's team will very much be a threat to all other rivals. But can they withstand the younger, the weaker oppositions, the teams that we expect them to win? The likes of Crystal Palace are no longer considered weaker teams, because if they could, just as I said earlier in the show, if they could withstand the pressure of the current English champions, the world champions, and today I think they survived that game and maybe held on to a draw. So let's just look out for this Premier League this season, because it promises to be very, very much interesting. And
over to you, Alex, as quickly as possible. Arsenal getting off to a good start, 2 wins out of 2, and dominant display against Leeds United yesterday, 5-0. Finally, Victor Gyökeres has gotten off the mark, yeah. 2 goals yesterday. But I mean, they also have to be concerned now. Odegaard, Saka went off injured.
Same match.
Don't know if they'll be back ahead of next weekend's clash against Liverpool. And already the injuries are piling up. It's just the start of the season. Jesus is out, Havertz is out, Saka is out, Odegaard is out. The last Ben White also out injured.
I think Arteta has to have some sort of.
But it's what they signed for, so you could say that they have a healthy looking squad.
Yes, and that's where I was headed. I mean, like, Arteta has to have some sense of foreboding for the future. He just knows that during the crucial part of last season, he lost key players. He does not want to make that same mistake. So you can see him adding up his additions, and even with these players looking out, yes, the quality will dip a little bit, but the Arsenal squad still looks very, very good. I mean, Martinelli or Trossard can play where Saka plays. Eze has just come into the side, can play maybe off for Odegaard. We saw Dauman, he came on, won the penalty for Victor Gyökeres' second going. I think it's at Anfield. So they are traveling away to Anfield to play Liverpool without. We'll see. I think it's more than 2. I mean, we called Odegaard.
Maybe you
called
could
Saka.
say Timbers could deputize for White.
For White, okay. So
Timbers could
that position is not really settled. We don't know if it's White's or Timbers' position yet.
It depends on what Arteta
feels like and the kind of opponent. So I think particularly, just want to say, I think particularly against Liverpool, he'd want to go with Timber for his defensive ability. So we can say Timber is pretty much nailed in on that spot. But for the rest of the team, that's not the kind of quality you hope to take to Anfield, especially with the record they have against the Big Six, and they've not lost in about 1,000 days to any of the Big Six side, no matter the ground. So they are probably thinking about that record and how to keep it going, and they also want to keep their strong stats going, and the way they've started off this season, the way they've played. As now, look, I was commenting about the Manchester United game, and I said they look like the stuff of champions, because you don't have to play well as champions and you still get the 3 points. Now, when you do play well, we saw what they did to Leeds yesterday. So they look like a very compact side. The only problem I would say is, first of all, the injuries, you can manage them. Liverpool is their last fixture before the international break. You can manage those injuries, but then Liverpool is not the kind of opponent you want to play with those key players, particularly at Anfield. So he has to find a way to survive next week, go into the international break, and hope that they return in time for when the season continues.
You just look at the Arsenal defense. You just feel Timber is the first choice when it comes to the right back. We look at the season that Ben White played there. Timber was out injured. So I just feel Timber offers something different attacking wise, and also gives you that defensive solidity. Ben White came in as a centre back and ended up playing as a right back. So I feel he's just a stopgap option there when it comes to fixing those holes, because whenever he started games, big games, Timber was out injured. So Arteta already has his defensive cover. Everything is there. But you look at the possible injuries for the Liverpool game. I think the only possible injury there is just Saka, that looks to be out for a long time, because I feel Odegaard is something that maybe can be managed. We might get to see Odegaard coming, but Arteta does not have an excuse. There are like for like replacements. If Saka is out, Madueke comes into the right. Then you go with maybe Martinelli from the left, or Trossard. Then from the middle there, you also have Eze. He might be making his debut in that game, playing off the Odegaard position. Then this is still an Arsenal team that can still put up the numbers. If Martinelli starts, Trossard can come in as a bench option. If Trossard starts, Martinelli can also come in as a bench option. So I just feel Arsenal has everything this season. It's not like a Liverpool where if a Ekitike doesn't maybe gets injured in training, then you are left with Federico Chiesa to start in the middle. So going into that game, the pressure will be on the home team, because Liverpool will not want to lose their first big game against a big team. That's not taking the fact that Newcastle is still considered a big team, but their fellow title rivals, they will not want to lose at home.
Okay, well, let me run through the starting lineup for the Fulham versus Manchester United game before we get to head over to the phone lines. That game starts by 4:30 in about 6 minutes time. For the Fulham side, they are lining up in a 3-4-2-1. In a 4-2-3-1 formation, beg your pardon, we have Bedleno in goal. In the former backline, we have Kenny, from right to left, we have Kenny Tete, Joachim Anderson, Calvin Bassey, and Timothy Castagne. The two men in front of them are Sasa Lukic and Sanderberg. The three men behind the lone striker, Rodrigo Muniz, are Ryan Sessegnon, Andy King, and Joshua King, beg your pardon, and Alex Iwobi for the Fulham side. Let's head over to the Manchester United side, as Benjamin Šeško is on the bench again today. No change from the lineup that did start the game against Arsenal. We have Aite Bayonder in goal. The three-man backline, we have Luke Shaw, Matthijs de Ligt, and Lenny Yoro, while the four-man midfield, okay, there is a change. Mazraoui actually Dalot actually drops and Amad Diallo comes in. So for the former midfield from right to left, we have Amad Diallo. The two men down the middle are Casemiro and Bruno Fernandes, while Patrick Dogu plays as the left wing back, while in front of them we have Brian Mbeumo and Mason Mount, with Mateus Cunha leading the lines. Well, Andre Onana is fit and is on the bench today. So yes, Man United are also in the market for a new goalkeeper. The Royal Antwerp goalkeeper Lemens is hugely being linked to the club. The reports saying talks are currently going on with Royal Antwerp. But let's head over to the phone lines to get to hear your thoughts as regards everything we've discussed, from basketball to tennis and now football, the La Liga, the English Premier League games played yesterday. So far so good with everything you've seen. What is your take? 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951 for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. The number is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Hello, guys.
Good evening. Name and location.
Good evening. Rooney Evans, Victor.
Okay, Rooney Evans, please go ahead.
Victor.
It's Henry.
Okay, sorry, Henry. You see, one of the problem I think I will have with Ruben Amorim is his own decision of, I know, you see, you currently don't have a striker, and you are playing a 3-4-3 formation, and you needed a striker. Yes, Kuna Mbeumo up front. Kuna is not a top 9. He's not that striker. He's not that player that will perform 100% well as a striker. And you just sign a striker, and you are still bringing him, keeping him at the bench. Then still expecting. Then probably, and I think that's one of the things that cost him against Manchester United, against Arsenal. Because for me, I think if Šeško was to start that game, I think Manchester United would have gotten a better opportunity up front, because number one, Šeško would have been able to position better than what Kuna has been. I'm not saying Kuna played badly, and I'm not saying Kuna is supposed to start from the bench, but I think Sesko is supposed to start from the bench. I don't want all this English of he's a new player, he has to adapt. There's nothing to adapt. See, when Bruno Fernandes comes to Manchester United, he did not even train. I think if he trained like one day. He only used one day to train with the club, and his first game was against Wolves, and he started that game. Reason being is that Manchester United needed a midfielder, and he's a quality proven midfielder in Sporting Lisbon, and you don't have to wait. I just have to put him there. Then you've already given him that luggage of him. You've given him on the bench against Arsenal. He has gotten enough time training with the club. So for me, I don't know why Ruben Amorim is still struggling to start Benjamin Sesko. And I want to believe, yes, it's Fulham, but then you don't underrate Fulham. You really can't underrate Fulham. And for Thomas Frank, see, I am not the type of person that judge coach based on their perfection. You get. So I think for me, people are already applauding this Tottenham coach and how well he will do with Tottenham, forgotten that this was how Tottenham started against their former coach in the last season, that they end up where they are not supposed to end up, apart from the Europa League they played against Manchester United, which they won. So for me, it is one thing to be a successful coach. Another thing is to know how to handle defeat. One of the things that is disturbing Pep Guardiola in Man City is that Pep Guardiola is struggling to manage defeat. Pep Guardiola has not been in this situation for his life since he started being a coach. This is the first time he's been in this. So Pep Guardiola is struggling to to know how to remove himself from this thing. Not that he does not know what to do, but he's struggling. He has run out of ideas. So for me, let's just give Thomas Frank 10 games, 15 games, see how he's able to manage his defeat before we start giving him applause. For me, I'm not giving him applause. The person I think I will give applause is Enzo Maresca, because I did not see him coming this good. But this man has been able to manage Chelsea. He has seen it all. He has seen the defeat. He has been able to manage the defeat, has been able to manage the loss and the bad times of Chelsea, and gradually is giving Chelsea a green light. So for me, Thomas Frank, there is nothing to write him about for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there, Rooney Evans Dixon. Hello, caller, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Name and location.
Ernest Wamundele.
Okay, Ernest, please go ahead.
Yeah, you really talked a lot. I don't even know the one to start talking with now.
Start with anyone. I
think as a Barca fan, I have to start with Barcelona. One of the analysts there was talking about Pau Kubasi. I think when it comes to Barcelona defense, Pau Kubasi is not the Barcelona defense problem. The problem starts with the pairing between him and Araujo. You know, when he was playing together with Martinez, you could see the best in that young boy. And I also want to remind us that when he came in his first match during Xavi Hernandez's time, he was not playing a highline defense. It's just this philosophy of Hansi Flick that changed him to a highline defender. And I believe that if maybe Hansi Flick decides to change his philosophy of a highline, he can also adapt, because I have seen that young guy play in different. Don't also forget that he can also play as number 6. So it's not a problem of the Barcelona defense. It's just that is what the coach has decided to play. Maybe we could say that he doesn't have enough Arsenal in the defense. But if you say that, I will still stand to say that is wrong, because we also have Christensen, and for me, I believe the pairing between Christensen and Kubasi will work well more than between him and Araujo. But he chooses to go for Araujo. But that's what do I know? I'm not a coach. Then for Atletico Madrid, too much of everything will always not give you a better result. Some people say it's bad and all that, but I don't want to say it's bad. Diego Simeone has stayed for too long, and he has always been using one philosophy all this while. But I would have advised him to at least to modernize his philosophy. Yes, there's nothing wrong in playing defensive football, but while playing that, modernize it. Make it to align with modern day football. You can still get a better result. But
What did he do? He wouldn't do that. He want to stick with his old pattern. And today, he has a good players, attacking midfielders and all that. Yeah, they are not functioning. And if you are here to tell me that it's still early days in the season, my dear, it is better for you to start early than for you to start late. Because if you start late, you don't know where others might have forgotten. You will struggle to get to where they are, and you might not even meet them. So that's the problem. So for now, sacking Diego Simone would be a problem based on the fact that he has brought them to where they are today. So, and coupled with the fact that he has been their player who has given them honor and all that. So sacking is going to be a problem. It will only be on a mutual agreement.
Okay.
Then when it comes to Arsenal, for me, whatever Arsenal is doing from the start of this season, it shouldn't be a surprise to me. You know why? I have watched Arsenal for a very long time. They always start well, but that January, February sickness, and when it comes in, even though Arsenal is giving you 15 gap point or whatever, before you know it, they will throw it away and another thing takes over.
Okay.
So I'm not surprised. I need to see them prove to me that they've gone beyond January, so the December, January, February sickness. Then I can now believe in Arsenal team. Then for Guardiola, I believe in Guardiola too much, but believing in him doesn't mean that he shouldn't go back to his house and try to see how he can make this thing to function again.
Okay.
Let them not allow what happened to them last season to also play out again this new season. They played their first game with what's it called? Overhampton. I watched that game. Though the new guy he played very well, but he still needs someone that can at least help him, because him alone cannot do it. It's not like he doesn't have that strength of Rodri. So Guardiola should go back, build his defense very well. Imagine him playing defense without a proper right back and left back. You are just trying to make people to adapt to position that they are not. And you don't do this thing in two positions. It won't work out that way. So you still have few days to go and look for maybe a proper right back or a proper left back. Then you can play gamble in the remaining one. You don't play gamble in two defensive positions.
Okay, let's make it quick. Yeah, let's make it quick so other people can call in.
Hello,
go ahead, Ernest. Let's make it quick so that we can take other calls as well.
Okay, no problem. Then for Manchester United game, they played well against Arsenal. If they played the same way today, I think they are going to win Fulham. But Fulham also is another strong opponent that we always want to put their muscle when it goes against football. But let's see how it goes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there. And let's do well to keep the calls coming in. The phone line is open. United hit the crossbar or the woodwork some minutes ago, but it's still goalless in their game against Fulham. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Name and location.
This is Barcelona Chairman calling from Jerry.
Okay, Barcelona Chairman, please go ahead.
I beg my start from my club, Barcelona.
Go ahead, you are free.
Yesterday, defensive error. This, as they said, Igor Martinez, they're supposed to buy replacement. Because to play Araujo no day as in day before. So when they buy another better defender, when they support that small boy no be problem for Barcelona. And another thing, Rashford, Mark Flick, my coach, making it the start Rashford. You know, as they come on Rashford, now again change now try to win that match. Making the bring Rashford from bench for 70 minutes because for now never know the tactics and the pattern, so that you know in the left small. That is number one. Number two, AC Milan. Other people are signing small players. Then they sign a 40 years, a retiree, a pensioner. How you go take win match? Now Napoli don't take the lead, they go. They sign better player, they don't the win match, they go. For my match today is win. You go win or draw. For Guardiola, for me, I for say make Guardiola go sabbatical. May go rest for 1 year. So that in memory you could refresh him brain. It's too much. The heat is too much. It's too much for that man. Come Barcelona, come your home, come rest. They watch your man, they watch what they feel happy. From there you come back. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts there. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Yes, good evening, Victor.
Good evening. This is actually Henry. Name and location.
Sorry, Henry. I'm now calling from Alo.
Okay, Tamuno, please go ahead.
Yes, I want to. Yesterday, I heard your conversation over at the studio there. Talking about the how prolific these incoming signings would be. Some of us, we are of the objective that some of us ruled out Bucharest, in fact, that he will underperform. And then seeing the match yesterday, I'm glad that he has been able to show the qualities that he has gotten. And with all of those qualities that he has gotten, that is one of the reasons why we believe that, with the incoming of most of these new signings, we believe that we will have an edge over, some other contemporaries, some of all those Liverpool and Chelsea, as the case may be. And then I also want us to know that the problem why over time it seems as if Arsenal are underperforming. Mikel Arteta is not capable. And at least yesterday we have seen the reasons. We have seen how two of our best players have gotten injured. Let's not forget, just as you guys are saying, Ben White is also injured. Kai Havertz is injured. Nubas is also injured. So you can't have all of these players injured as a manager and then you expect to, perform at that optimal level. It's not possible. So these are some of the reasons why it seems as though Mikel Arteta is not good. But I'm glad the board has been able to, provide the necessary squad depth in order for him to take the team to the next level. So bringing all of these players, assemble all of these players together, we are very much sure that we'll get to the promised land. Yes, we are very much sure. Then going into the Liverpool game next week, I don't think we have any excuse, any reason why we will not get at least 1 point out of the game, out of that match. Yes, because in as much as Saka is injured, we have Madueke who can deputize, even though the qualities are not, same like-minded qualities. At least the difference is not much. We saw what Madueke said he did yesterday. It's not as if he's that poor. So I'm very much sure that going into that Liverpool game, we'll get at least a point out of it. And then lastly, from that, you were asking about why it seems as though the Nigerian women, they are performing better than the male counterparts. Yes. I think in my own perspective, the reason why that is the case is that if you look at, for instance, you come to Nigeria, I remember some time ago in Nigeria, if you see a woman playing football, it's like an abomination. And you're a woman, you shouldn't be doing this. You should, even your parents will want to, eat you and chastise you and all of that. But over time, we see that our women, they begin to play and grow into the game. And why all of these things were happening at that time in Nigeria, in all of those European countries, it were not like that. You see that their women, they were playing games fluently. It was normal to them. But here in Nigeria, again, it was an abomination. But thank God, as of now, we are beginning to follow up and play. But you find out that in some other African countries, they still see it as an abomination for women playing games. So the game has not, it's not that explicit, if I must use that word, over that side. And so that is why we have come to know the importance of the game. When we go into competitions, we dominate because at least in our own side, we are beginning to play. Why there? They still see it an abomination. So in as much as they have talent, but the talent is being restricted. So that is how I see it. But for the men, you see that it is natural that every man must involve in sports if you have the talent. So if we breed our own talent, you go to Ghana, Senegal, South Africa, as the case may be, themselves, because it's natural for a man to play ball, themselves, they will bring out their own talent as well. And that is why they could match us, 2-2. But when it comes to the women, that's not the case. And I tell you one truth, in coming years, the way we are dominating the women games now, it will not be like that. Because in coming years, all those African countries themselves, the women, they will come to also realize that playing sports is not only for male. So themselves, they will be equipped and begin to come up with necessary facilities to improve their women games. And then in coming years, we will not dominate the game as we are dominating it now. I will also give some of the reasons to our administrative functionalities. Yes, I think that is also some of the problems, but that is not entirely the problem. The problem, I think, is just as I have stated earlier. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there, Terminal. We will still be taking some of your calls, but Reliance, the MPFL is, yes, it started on Friday, but it's back. Abia Warriors are leading Kanu Pillars. They just took the lead, and we might have another good result on the first day of the season. Bayelsa United, Monday Odigi. They are going in there. Football is not okay. Let's not. But they are really shooting stars by a goal to nothing over there in Ibadan. But I mean, the MPFL is back. Eric Schell has released his list. A lot is going on as regards Nigerian football at this point in time.
Yeah, definitely. And there are some developments that I'll be letting us in on the show as well regarding match commissioners per match center as the MPFL seasons get underway. And of course, the Eric Schell list will take our time to see how much you can break it down. Then further development on the Victor Boniface's deal to AC Milan, which stands off at the moment. Of course, we broke the news couple of just an hour ago there about that the deal has collapsed as it stands at the moment, and there are further development to that. Victor Boniface is back in Germany, has been with his side Bayer Leverkusen at the moment, and the sporting director of the side is speaking. So we'll let us in on all of that, and also look at the possibility, the outcomes of what might happen in the coming days of Victor Boniface. So these are the development. I think the Nigeria Premier Football League could be even more exciting that we've seen last season with some of the stuff that we are seeing. But let's not get over ourselves. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's keep our fingers crossed and keep monitoring the development and follow them step by step.
Okay, Victor, coming over to you. Man United still goalless against Fulham. How have they been performing so far in this game?
They've showed promises. They've showed the potential that yes, they can actually get this game wrapped up, but there is one thing to work hard, is another thing to get it done, because we've seen we know that Fulham, the Craven Cottage are always a threat. They're always very much good. We've seen the two sides go head to head. We've seen Bayanda make a save with his legs there, denying that the Fulham attacker there from getting the ball in the back of the net. And we've also seen Cunha being a life wire in this team. The opening minutes in this game, he has shown that yes, he has that potential to be that shining light in this Manchester United team. He has had he has made Ben Leno to put that wonderful save there. It was a wonderful pass there from Bayande from his goal post there, and he found Cunha in a very good spot. And the man forced the save to end Manchester United a corner. But this Manchester United we are seeing are looking very much like a team that, yes, that can put up a good fight. But it's one thing to put up a good fight in games and also get the results. They of course learned it the hard way last week when they played against Arsenal. They were the better side, even the gaffer confirmed it. But as being the better side and not getting the results is a different case.
All right, so we'll continue taking your reactions for some minutes and before the 5 o'clock hour, and then we'll go back to discussing Nigerian football proper. Hi, good evening. Hello there, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please, what's your name?
Yeah, it's Felix the Barca man.
Okay, Felix the Barca man, go ahead.
Yes, let me start from my own club. I was surprised that our chairman called and said Barcelona sold Inigo Martinez and they did not buy. Did Barcelona sell Inigo Martinez? He only activated what is a contract that if an outsider can let him go. And even the ones who sign who cannot even register. So the man is only using what he has. And this high line has been his pattern. The goals we considered yesterday, one was penalty, one was high line. And these two go down. This is not the first time Barcelona have gone 2 goal down. In fact, for the past 2 seasons now, Barcelona have come from 2 goal down more than any other team in the whole of Europe.
That's a good thing, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. The man is using what he has. That is his pattern and it's working for him. This high line, he cannot change. In the way we are seeing as of Felix now, Papa, he cannot change that high line. And that's what he has. Arojo and Kupasi, that's what he has now. And Kunde to protect in case of anybody getting injured. So the man they utilize what he gets. Barcelona cannot sign so many players. Even when they sign, they cannot register. So it's a big problem. The man is only managing what he has, and he's doing a good job for now. Let me come to this Manchester United game. Are you watching this Manchester United game?
We are watching it.
And a Manchester United coach played Casemiro and Fernandes again as a double pivot, playing Adamat. What do they call that boy? This black boy at right back.
Dogu.
Traore, what do you call this black boy now? This Senegal.
Amad Diallo.
Amad Diallo. I don't understand some of what these coaches so. The same thing that is wrong with is happening to this man and what's happening to Guardiola. Rotation upon rotation, there is no first team player. Guardiola's highest problem last season was rotation. Tomorrow you will see Atnori. Next tomorrow you will see Vardiol. Another game you will see Ake. Another game you will see Luis. Every day rotation. Let him have a standard first team player.
But
for 10 matches.
Don't you think we should cut the man some slacks? I mean, a couple of guys coming into the team, and even last season, the way the team ended last season, you could see that it was a terrible end for Manchester United. So he will need to try out a couple of guys in some different positions that they can master before he finally has his first 11.
You can do that in pre-season now, but not in when competition has
but
started.
many okay, let's take for instance the new signings. They didn't have enough preseason with Manchester United. Mbeumo, Shesko, Cunha that is starting right now. They have enough preseason with Manchester United, so
you don't need to have enough. What I'm saying is this constant. Okay, can you imagine that someone like a Fernandes, who is one of the best attacking midfielder in the world, is playing a double pivot in Manchester United? You are reducing the potential of that young man. That man is a creative merchant in any football team. He creates for attackers, not play him deep line in midfield. He will not function very well. Watch him till he played 45 minutes. You will not see Fernandes playing anything in this match in that role. It's not, he can't play well there. He can't play well. Play him as a 8 or as a 10. What is Mount doing as a first 9 in that team, this team now?
Cunha is actually the first 9, not Mount. Mount is playing.
Both of them are rotating now. When one goes come down, the other one goes up front.
No, I think the rotation is more of with Cunha and Mbeumo, but that doesn't stop Mount also advancing forward.
If I'm telling you now, there is no need playing this Fernandes in that deep line. It will stifle Manchester United. Mark my word, if you continue playing him as a 4 or a double pivot with Casemiro or Gate, that midfield will collapse. They will only be struggling through the wings. But there will be no creativity in that midfield because there's nobody to create.
All right, let's see how that goes. Barcelona.
Thank you, my brother.
Barcelona man, right?
Yes, Felix Bakaman.
Okay, Felix. Brother. Okay, Felix. Thank you very much. Let's see how the match unfolds. Hi, good evening. Okay, I lost the call. Do it to call back. So we'll take your reactions further in just a couple of minutes. Reliable Reliance right now, Mike One. Take your reactions further in a couple of minutes, and then we'll go back to look at what's happening in Nigerian football. I'll let you in on the developments regarding Victor Boniface. We broke the story earlier on a couple of hours ago that the deal stands off at the moment because of medical concern, but we'll let you in on the details. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, my God.
This is Basa icon, Abi Basa captain, Abi Basa machinery, or Basa chief.
I'm a Basa fan, but not any of those names you said.
Not any of those titles.
Yes.
When I don't like titles. Ernest.
Yes, I don't like titles.
All right, go ahead, Ernest.
I see what you're talking about Barcelona. You know, why we talk about the highlight, how they conceive goal, we also appreciate the young man for what he's doing. They say whatever thing that you know that is working for you, you keep doing it. This highlight, and that's that we conceive much goal. I think they also score more. And simply has used that to get a result by winning domestic treble last season. And when you say if they face a team with attacking threat that they can fumble and all that, I want to say that's a lie, because Barcelona have used that against so many teams last season. They came out victorious. So the only thing there is that when you are facing a team with much attacking threat like PSG, as one of the analysts has mentioned, it's just for the players, the defenders, to be more tactically disciplined when they are doing that, they can also succeed against anything. Not that maybe they will not lose a game.
Ernest,
but if they lose game,
Ernest, do you know
Yes.
that there's a school of thought that premise that not so many teams were in their high flying form as much as PSG was for last season?
Okay.
Now let me break that down for you. What that means is PSG was the go-to team, right? The most dangerous team last season all over Europe, right?
No argument.
Now, there are seasons when you have 5-7 PSGs. What that means is many of them with that form. For last season, it was just about PSG. And that made it a little bit easier for them themselves, PSG, to go on to thrive. Now, why do I bring it that? You said he used it last season and it worked for him. He got to the semis of the Champions League, no doubt about that. And of course, in the La Liga as well. How about a season or a point in time where there are 5, 6, 7, 8 PSGs scattered across the top 5 leagues? Do you think it's still going to work for him, that pattern? I think that is where the quarters of the Barcelona fans who are raising concerns are also looking at. Say, for instance, this season right now, Man City returns to their peak, high flying. Arsenal in their peak, high flying. You go to Italy, and across like that. And then even the dominance that Barca had over Real Madrid last season, they might not have that. And Real Madrid comes up in high flying form. What's the guarantee that that's going to work for Hansi Flick? I think that's the angle that those who are raising concerns with the high line are also looking at from. I don't know if you're still on the line, Ernest.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I feel the Lions.
Yeah.
Yes, I know that. In fact, even when you are still conservative in defense, you still conceive a goal. You understand me? So I believe that even though we have up to 10 in Europe that is in high flying form with their attackers ready to kill defenders, my brother, it will still work. It depends on how disciplined that the defense are. Let me tell you one thing that happened in yesterday's game. It was not just only Marcus's fault. Eric Garcia was not informed yesterday. And you could see that the first cross that led to a goal came from his position, which means he wasn't disciplined. Are you getting my point? So even though we have up to teams like PSG 10 in Europe, it will still work. It will not only work when they are not tactically disciplined, or maybe they are exhausted because at times party can play in. You understand me? So party can play. So this team can also use this highland and win Champions League. So imagine what happened last season. During that semi-final at the Mojida, whatever they call that, Barca stadium.
Stadio Olimpico.
Fine. That last season, Inter came in. Inter got about 2 goals ahead. They equalized and they drew that match. They went back to Inter. They said it also happened. They were also leading. Because this person, Araujo, wasn't as disciplined as Martinez was. It led to Inter equalizing and also going ahead to win that match. I get the point. I know that such a situation can come in, but that doesn't mean that on a good day it will not work. No, there's nothing you will do in this life that wouldn't have a mistake.
All right.
Even when you are conservative, it is only mistakes that always lead to a goal. You understand that? So, if on a good day when there's no mistake, it will work. But when there's a mistake, it will not work.
Okay.
That's what I want people to know.
All right.
It's not
Thank
just
you.
the Highland that's going to be Baka's downfall.
Downfall.
No. It is when they are not disciplined, both the attack and the defenders.
Okay.
That's what I want people to know.
All right. Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Ernest.
thank you very much.
Appreciate you for contributing. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Now, that your submission raises another point to be considered. How often would that team stay flawless without mistakes? All right, that's another thing that it raises, because in a football match, I mean, no team is flawless 100% without mistakes. Okay, and it also raises another concern, which is without mistake, or let's put it this way: when Paris Saint-Germain showed that Barcelona had no business conceding against Inter Milan. I know football does not work like mathematics, where you say because you beat this one, you have to go and beat this one, because you understand. Football doesn't work like that, we understand. But with that aged Inter Milan team, I mean, probably without the headline, they had no business conceding. But these are just theories, right? And reality check could be different. Hello. Hello there.
Hello, is that Reliance?
Yes, please. It is. Walter.
Yes.
Okay.
Walter from Abaro.
Yeah.
Reliance, what are we doing now? Man Fulham.
Well, Man U is goalless at the moment. 28 minutes of football played between Man U and Fulham, and there is no goal to report.
They are playing goalless.
Yeah. Eyeglass.
I'm surprised if the man will end up. Because since we this from to Man U, I don't see him as a good coach. I only see him as an average coach, which Oligona Soldier is better pass, is far back.
Wow.
Far back better pass.
Wow.
And so what are we saying now? He played one game against Arsenal, 90 minutes. Man U did not score. Now, 28 minutes against Fulham, you never to score. So the match have not yet ended. But 28 minutes, no goals. So when are we going to score our first goal? When Man U are going to score their first goal? To show you that there are no good striker there. I didn't say I'm still saying it. There are no good striker. So Casemiro, what is doing there? Casemiro at this age, what is doing there? Manchester United, Casemiro at this age. No. So for me, that man, maybe he will be the best coach.
To be fired.
he will be the best coach to start here. Except the God of soccer turn things around for him.
Okay.
Not for me, for him. Because I don't see him as a good coach.
All right.
He is playing without a good striker.
But what if he
After
plays? What
everything.
if he plays like this and win?
He has enough chance of 100% chance to find a good striker in the market. He failed to do that.
He bought Benjamin
He was
Šeško now. Manchester United has Benjamin Šeško. Don't you have confidence in Šeško?
Šeško and Osimhen, who is better pass.
Now you go talk that one.
Because he's a black person. Šeško and Osimhen who have better pass. Osimhen went for how many goals in Napoli, in Italy. So how many goals in Turkey? Šeško is a better pass to Osimhen. So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you for stopping by. We'll return to the phone line to take further reactions, but we have to go back to the conversation right now. Anybody has a problem with or concern? Not a problem. Even if you have a problem, nothing you can't do anything. So anybody has a concern with Ruben Amorim starting Bruno Fernandes as a double pivot alongside Casemiro? Anybody? Do you think it's going to be cause for concern for United?
It's always a cause for concern, because when you look at Bruno Fernandes, I think one of the callers already highlighted the man's rule. I think the double pivots, we should be seeing Manuel Ugarte and maybe Casemiro allow Bruno Fernandes to have that license to roam forward a bit, to be able to pick those passes, because having a certain Mason Mount there, we know Mason Mount, one of his best qualities is never picking a pass. So let Bruno Fernandes go up there so he can pick those passes. So you have willing runners. Brian Mbeumo is there to run in behind. You also have Cunha. Cunha just wants to run and get onto the end of those balls. So he needs someone to pick those passes. So it's not a case of having Mason Mount there, and Bruno Fernandes is not good defensively. So why play him as a double pivot? I think we are just trying to sacrifice the creative prowess of the man. Trying to, if he's playing against a team that is very, very good offensively, then I think Casemiro will be doing all the work alone. And we know Casemiro is not the Casemiro we know, not the man in his prime. So I think this is a case where we should be having Manuel Ugarte and Casemiro in that position. Or if possible, have a certain Kobe Mainoo partnering with Casemiro there. So you could have the energetic...
But don't you think it's a case of the man is dependent? Because look, Martins Cunha has been all over the field. It feels like he has that... instead of giving that freedom to Bruno to roam, he has given it to Martins Cunha. He has been everywhere on the pitch. And then you also look at it that this man is a runner, boy and Bruno, just like you mentioned, and he can equally create. So let's depend on what these guys can do while you dictate the play from the defensive role.
You just as you said now, Cunha trying to create. Who is he creating for? Is he creating for...
Mbeumo can run in. We've seen instances where Mbeumo runs in.
Mbeumo is only running in from the right, and you look at the left. I just feel Mason Mount is a passenger in this game because I have not seen him get into that box. What we are just seeing here is Cunha trying to create from deep and still running into the box at the same time. You don't be a creator and still want to be the executor, trying to execute the same pass you are trying to create. So I just feel if you want Cunha to be the creator, then you need to have a focal point in the box. That is where Benjamin Sesko comes in.
Yeah. You have a different thought?
Well, I think the setup has put some extra work on what Bruno Fernandes has been mapped out to do. We saw, I would say maybe against Arsenal, he was given the sole role to create while Mount played some sort of false nine position, but we are seeing something completely different here. Bruno is playing so deep and he has to come from deep in to create most of the chances that United have created going forward. We did talk about Cunha. He has been all around the place. He was also the one I think that hit the post too in the opening 5 minutes of the game. So it's looking like... Is that possible?
Yeah, they're checking for a possible penalty. There was an incident in the box of Fulham that resulted in many players falling. I think that incident started with a shake-off or a dragging between what's his name, Calvin Bassey and Mason Mount, where he pulled over Mason Mount, and that led to other players, falling to the floor. So Calvin Bassey has been the reason why so many of the chances created by United has been incomplete, because he has been putting up stellar performances for Fulham at the defense line since the beginning of this match. He has scuttled a lot of chances, made them incomplete for Manchester United, but right now he could be the reason why Fulham will concede a penalty. So a tussle between himself and Mason Mount, and also a tussle between the other defender who I cannot ascertain at the moment. Is that Luke Shaw?
I think that's
I can't ascertain him at the moment, because see, the first incident was him turning over Mason Mount, that's for sure. But there's a Manchester United player who fell down another Fulham player. So let's see what's going to happen. The referee has seen the incident from the video assistant referee monitor. He's making an announcement, and final decision, we can only let you in on that once he takes the final decision. So a penalty has been given to Fulham, and you cannot look... And penalty has been given to Manchester United, please. And look no further. It's about Calvin Bassey pulling off Mason Mount. Worthy enough for a penalty?
Yeah, I think the rules are pretty clear about this one now. It has been ascertained that in case of a set piece, a throw-in, you do not put your arms around any your opponents and try to put them down. The rules have always been clear. So anytime I see these instances, I'm like, don't you understand the rules? The first things first, the ball is about to be played into the box. Leave your opponent alone. Yes, you can go ahead and maybe hold him or restrict his movements, but not pulling. He has.
But there's also a pulling on the other side.
No, he's checking first of all the first contact that happens. I think that comes from Bassey.
I feel the pulling from Calvin Bassey was more of a deliberate act.
Yeah.
The case of Luke Shaw was all eyes on the ball. Then he pushed the Fulham player to the ground.
Yeah.
But Calvin Bassey was more of where you go. You just dragged him.
The arm.
It was too obvious.
Yeah.
He just dragged him away.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't do that when you know that you are in your box. He just as you said, he has put in a stellar performance.
So
I think today we are not seeing. There's no Robinson from the left back. He has been the one at the left back, and he has done very, very well. But this will just
looks like Fulham has been playing a 3-man back line, because most of the times you see Calvin, you see Anderson, and then you see Tete.
I think Sessegnon is playing. Sessegnon is playing as a left wing back.
Okay, has been advancing forward most of the time. So that's the situation right now. Manchester United with a penalty to convert, and Bruno Fernandes is the man to give Manchester United the lead from 12 yards. He stepped on, stays on the ball, and then takes the penalty, and he skies away the ball. He ballooned the ball. The ball just landed at Rumosi Junction under the flyover right now. So unfortunately, Manchester United had the chance to score from 12 yards, that's from penalty, after Calvin Bassey was caught as a culprit of pulling down Mason Mount, and the video assistant referee interceded and gave Manchester United the penalty. But unfortunately for United, Bruno Fernandes failed to convert the penalty, threw it away, kicked it away, ballooned it away, and sent it to the skies. And I've just been informed that the ball just landed somewhere at Rumekini. So that's the situation right now. Fulham goalless against Manchester United at the 38th minute. But if you look at the match, I think it has been balanced. Anybody else knows anything different? Fulham has been enterprising as well as United has been.
Yeah, I think even the possession speaks about it. Last I checked, the possession was 51 to 49 in favor of Fulham. You can see how open it is. They're still, looking very promising. Both sides are looking sharp. Iwobi, alongside Calvin Bassey, has played excellently. Iwobi has been trying to create most of the chances Fulham has had in this game, and it looks like a very open game, barring United's inability to put the ball in the back of the net. I do feel Fulham would at some point maybe score, and you'd want United to match that. So it's up to United to try, because I feel there's a goal in this for Fulham with the way United are currently playing.
You think you have different thoughts?
Yeah, with the incident that just happened now, Casemiro picking up a yellow card, this is where we calling out Bruno Fernandes not being the not to be played in a defensive midfield position, because now Casemiro will be very, very much careful when he goes in for the tackles, and now he wants his partner to do the tackles. Does Bruno Fernandes cut in as a defensive midfielder? The answer there is no, because we've seen that Fulham are not just coming here to sit back; they are going to hit you up, and when they hit you up, you are already under pressure, knowing fully well that your defensive midfielder is
Okay, that was a close one. That was a close chance. We just talked about Alex Iwobi, and he was on it from the left-hand side of the Fulham attack, almost sent in after receiving it from Sessegnon, almost sent it in, but unfortunately end up in a side netting. Not exactly side netting, the goalkeeper stopped that one. Is it going to be a corner kick? Definitely it's going to be a corner kick, but there's an incident that looks concerning for Alex Iwobi, because he had that should be sure on him, and he fell down and eventually hit the what do they call it, the boundary, the advert board, the boundary right there. So but he's back on his feet, and why are they replaying this penalty?
What is it? Angles.
What is it?
We need to see the angles of the miss.
What is it?
So there's no infringement, there can't be a retake, there's no infringement, I don't think. What is Bruno complaining about there? Before, he seems to have complained about something before stepping up to take the penalty. I don't know exactly what it is he was complaining of, but
so many fans know Bruno Fernandes to always be a complainant.
He seems to be persistent about something there, and before
I think the Fulham players did say something before.
Whatever they say, they definitely worked, and Fulham nearly took the lead there.
The Nigerian boys are really showing that yes, they are not pushovers when it comes to the teams here in the Premier League. We know Alex Iwobi to be a live fire in this team. The man has been orchestrating lots of moves there in the midfield. He has been the one trying to create, and believe me, one of those chances he's creating will get into the back of the net in no distant time, because we are seeing this Manchester United team, they've applied the pressure in the start, but at this point now it has been all Fulham. So it's just a case of when, not if they continue with this pressure.
Somebody needs to talk to Bayern there for the sake of Manchester United. So you see that cross that came in? Yeah. You see the way he went for that cross? It's a similar situation on how he went for the other cross that he considered against Arsenal.
I think,
but Raya did it better to show him that this high should have been done.
He is not an assured presence in goal. He makes you scared. Even as his teammate, you're always scared whenever he comes in for maybe one of those high crosses, maybe coming in for a 1v1 situation. He gives you that fear, and I feel that's the main reason why Manchester United are still going in for the goalkeeper. I think what was that his name? The Denmark international. I don't know.
That?
I don't know what United.
Bruno Fernandes had the ball on him and was complaining about something with the ball still on play, and the ball was hustled away from his feet. He is the captain of this side. By the way, match is ongoing in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Abia was leading Kano Pillars by a single goal at the 46th minute, halftime between Barrow FC and Enyimba, and there is no goal to report right there. And Kwara United against Ikorodu City is ongoing, goalless at the 48th minute, while Rangers International against Kun Khalifa is goalless at the 51st minute. Bayelsa United have taken the lead against Shooting Stars away from home, 1-0. Wiki Tourists against Plateau United stands at Wiki 1, Plateau United 0 at the 50th minute. So those are the score lines of matches ongoing in the Nigeria Premier Football League as we keep watching the Fulham Manchester United match with you and bringing you the latest developments regarding this. Now, the incident about Victor Boniface, guys, at this point, for you, if what do you do? What are you thinking? What's going through your head if you are Victor Boniface? Now, report reaching us has it that Victor Boniface passed medicals at AC Milan, but the hierarchy at Milan were still having one or two concerns about the medical results. They were not satisfied with the result that they've seen. He went back to Germany, and the Bayer Leverkusen side took a look at him again and say, oh, whether not be the same player we saying go, whether something don't happen for Road. And they saw that this guy is okay, apart from the injury history he has, which many players do have that injury history. And they are wondering why Milan, at the moment, refuses to push on with the loan deal. So if you are Victor Boniface, what's going through your head right now? There's no certainty that you're going to be the preferred option for Eric Ten Hag, and you're supposed to secure a loan deal and it's not working out. I don't even want to connect it with the Al-Nassr because that one was a little bit different. It was a case of Ronaldo deciding who he wants to partner with for some certain reasons. So if you're Victor Boniface, Alex, what's going through your head right now?
Well, it's definitely a sad couple of months for him. First of all, the failed Al-Nassr move where I'm sure he was dreaming of, the partnership with him and Cristiano, and it didn't work out. And now an AC Milan move that he seemed very keen on. And well, all I have to say about the AC Milan, the board and everything is, his injury records. He has passed his medicals. I don't think it was a doubt on his medicals or how fit he was. What is Dogo doing there? What is Dogo doing there? Okay, so Dogo apparently seemed to make a mistake and he's not out, let off the hook yet. If Fulham score from this, it will be his mistake. But yeah, back to Victor Boniface, as like we were saying, and I don't think it's a matter of whether or not you thought this player was fit before signing him. No. Do you think a player is worth it? Do you think a signing is worth it before you go for him? You know of his records. Yes, he has come over to the club and you're stating that, okay, now that you've seen him physically, you don't think he's okay. But he has just passed your medicals. He has collected, he has gone back to Germany and also passed another medical that Leverkusen has set for him. And everything looks okay with him. So it's about the club, AC Milan. Is he worth it? What do you think of him in your own opinion? I've said this about clubs severally, that a coach can decide to go for a certain player and the board will most likely be against it for whatever reasons, maybe attitude, and Fulham came so close to taking the lead yet again. Wow, I don't think Man U can get this ball out of their box right now. It just seems to dwell around there, but it's 2 minutes added on. I think they'll want to take this into halftime at least.
Is always funny when the ball comes in.
He looks so unstable.
He's always looking
especially from corner kick.
So back to Victor Boniface. I think as a player, well, you're probably thinking there's no space. If you're thinking there's no space at Bayer Leverkusen, you're probably not in Ten Hag's plans for the season. There's no other way to. How do you make an impression for someone that does not want to play you? If you don't even have playing time to start with, how do you make Ten Hag, fit him into your his plans? How do you make him see reason that, okay, I do deserve a spot on this team, and I'm still that man that scores goals? I mean, we always saw Leverkusen every time he popped up with 1 or 2 goals, their caption would just be he scores goals, and we just know who scored. So I mean, he's that one reliable presence for Bayer Leverkusen. And right now, what you be thinking if you're him, you're probably thinking of how to secure a loan move, even if it's until January, just to keep playing football. You want to keep playing the game you love, so you're thinking of a loan move. You're thinking of, I don't think he's thinking of anything permanent right now with the number of days left in the transfer window. So you're probably thinking of a loan move. You're thinking of where you can go and play active football, even if it's until January, even if it's until next summer. But you are thinking of leaving Bayer Leverkusen. And I don't know how many clubs particularly have been watching or have been waiting on the sidelines, but I know there are a lot of clubs that are in need of a striker. They are even in need of, even if you would say, a rotation based player, and he can prove to be more than that. Well, even if there were doubts about him, I don't think AC Milan should be that club that should step up and be like, oh, we don't think he's particularly worth it. AC Milan has just, I think, if I'm not mistaken, one centre forward option. So he is the only person, or he is one of the players on the market that you look at and you think he can give you this depth, and at the same time he's not someone that is going to request for game time. All he needs to do is come in there and show his quality. So if you're Victor Boniface right now, you're probably thinking of, there's no other way to convince Erik ten Hag if the man is not going to play you. So you're thinking of a loan move. You're thinking of clubs and ways to move off to. I mean, the news has just been confirmed. It has been broken that the deal is currently off, and even AC Milan, I think we are still. I don't know if we are still yet. They are still yet to make a decision or a final club statement on demand. But we already know where they stand with their decision. So from AC Milan's point of view, if he was not worth it, there was no need of going for him in the first place. You said reliance. There is no issue with his medicals. There was no issue with the transfer. Everything was all agreed on player side and on club side. If you did not think the player was fit enough, even after passing your medicals, which you said to stress reliance, you said to stress that he did not fail his medical. So if you don't think there was a problem with the player physically, Leverkusen has also confirmed there's nothing wrong with the player they sent to you. Why did you think deem it fit to go for him in the first place? Did you have a change of mind and think he was not worth it? Did Allegri also think he was not worth it? I mean, if you look at AC Milan yesterday, they looked out of sorts. They looked out of options. That was Cremonese. They played a team coming from the Serie B, and they still did not look okay. So why not increase and expand your attacking options and have people you can reconsider? Okay, he also proves to be someone that is coming on loan with a very sizable buy option clause too. He's not someone that you are immediately forced to splash the cash immediately. If you're into the market now for another striker, which they may have names here and there, you're going to spend. Nobody is going to give you their striker out right now on loan. We know how bad the market is for strikers and how everybody is rushing. Even strikers you probably will not look at are on the subject of discussion of different top clubs every day. So you know that you have to get somebody who is reliable and affordable at the same time. Victor Boniface chooses to be that guy. If you said he was not worth it, why go for him in the first place? Well, for Victor Boniface, it's just to keep his head up and see if he can return to playing regular football. I do think his chapter at Leverkusen is almost over. Okay. But I think he should push for, even if it's a loan move. And I feel there will be clubs around Europe. There are a lot of clubs around Europe that would be keen on adding Victor Boniface to their squad.
Victor, feelers that we are getting have it that AC Milan fans are not happy with the hierarchy on how they are handling the Victor Boniface situation. Because as is confirmed, Victor Boniface passed medicals. It's a case of you score A. Like you had exams, your A is 72. I'm just trying to break this down so that we can understand better. So grade A is 70 to 100. So somebody writes exam and scores 75. That's an A, right? And you're like, and it's not good enough. So it's got like 90. You understand? Don't score like 90.
Who score 90 and who score 71? Not the same thing.
You understand? So it's a semblance of that. So Fellas have it that the fans are not happy with the way AC Milan is handling the whole Victor Boniface situation and the probably expectations that they are having, despite the Nigerian international having passed medical and certified fit to play. Do you think there is a thing with Italian club these days with Nigerian players?
It's obvious because when you look at they said the lightning does not strike two times, so we can't have coincidence happening two times. We saw the case of Victor Osimhen, we also saw the case of Ademola Lookman, and now we are seeing Victor Boniface. On one side, I would say Victor Boniface is a sad thing because as a Nigerian, we want to see our own players go out there, play for top clubs, not just there in Germany, but also there in the Serie A. Imagine knowing fully well that, yes, our own Victor Osimhen conquered Napoli, and we also had Ademola Lookman conquer Atalanta, and we get to see Victor Boniface do the same thing there for the Rossoneri. So it's always a good one. But and looking at this now, it's not happening. We feel bad because we know that there's something that the board at the AC Milan are not really telling us. Because you courted a player, you got this player to do his medicals, you got this player to accept personal terms and all that, and he passed the medical, and you saw his history, just as you said, that he was injured so time, he was injured at this time, but you still went for this player. Maybe I just feel maybe they saw a better option. That is why they're just trying to chicken out of the deal, because I can remember the same thing happened sometime in the Premier League. Like Remy was playing for Queen Park Rangers then, and he was being planned to play for Liverpool. Liverpool went in for the man, and at some point they went out of the deal saying he failed his medical. The same thing also happened with the Frenchman that was playing for Real Betis then, currently Naby Fekir. Naby Fekir did even his interview, but the club said no, that he failed his medical. I think sometimes the clubs come out to give you something, they just come out to give the media something to feed on because they don't want that exact player anymore, not because the player failed the medical. But this case now, we are not hearing that he failed the medical, we are just hearing that they don't want the player anymore, citing reoccurrence of injuries and all that. And on one side, I blame AC Milan. Then on the other part, I also blame Victor Boniface, because let's tell ourselves the truth. We are Nigerians, no doubt. We want to support our own. But we've had cases of top clubs looking for strikers here and there in the market. If you can't even remember any club, we can remember that Newcastle at this point are looking for 2 strikers. Imagine the chance that Newcastle looks at Victor Boniface and gets him to be, let's say, the replacement for Callum Wilson, the man that went to West Ham. Sometimes you look at the output of that player in recent times. I think Victor Boniface the output has not been impressive recently. The man has not been giving us the numbers. Victor Osimhen, despite the saga of Galatasaray, Napoli, and the transfers, he has always been putting in the numbers. He went on loan to Galatasaray, scored an impressive 30+ goals. Then you look at Ademola Lookman. He has still been doing a good job. Then you look at Victor Boniface. His time at Super Eagles has not been productive. He has not been getting the goals. Then you look at his time at Bayer Leverkusen also. He has not been the main man. We have Patrick Schick there. We have even Florian Wirtz that left. All had good numbers ahead of the man. So I feel you might have a bad medical record, but if your time on the pitch, if you play 20 games in a season and you score 10 to 11 goals in that 20 games, irrespective of the games you miss, they will want to play you. Take their own fellow Italian, Federico Chiesa. Chiesa has been injured for a very long time. Till he lost his throne as that poster boy of the Italian football. Now, but if Federico Chiesa is being looked at AC Milan, and you look at his medical record, his injury record, he will still be gotten. He will still, the club will still go for the man because of the output the man gives you. So I feel Victor Boniface has not been putting in that numbers, because if he has been putting in the numbers, imagine getting Boniface on a loan with an option to buy for like less than 30 million. Newcastle will be over it, because they know that Brentford are asking for 60 million for Wissa.
It wouldn't be available for that price. If he was putting in the numbers the way you're talking about,
yes,
he won't be available for that price.
No, we know, but he will not be something close to the valuation that Brentford are putting for Wissa. You look at Wissa at some point at the beginning of the transfer, it was 25 to 35 million, but currently it is 60 million because of the market value of strikers currently. You see a certain striker, Benjamin Sesko, going to United for 90 plus million for just 13 league goals. That's to show you that if Victor Boniface had put in something close to, gone are those days where we say African players cannot command a huge transfer fee. We've seen lots of Africans do it. If not, we can't even remember anyone. Victor Osimhen did it when going to Napoli. He broke record then. So I just feel Victor Boniface, most times he's remembered for what he says online. Most of the banter and the joke he puts up online. We can't really recall the time where we looked at Victor Boniface and say, this man, he got a hat-trick this week, he got a brace the other week. We can't really, if he can't break into a Ten Hag team, then which team can he break into? Because you look at this team, this is a team that I would say this is a dilapidated squad. This is a squad that lots of players have left. This is a team that he is supposed to be the main man currently, and he is also being shipped out on loan. So I just feel the man has not been doing the wonders that we want to see him do. Because if he has been doing, I know him, he's that talkative. He will come online to talk about it. So failing, if the reason why Ronaldo said he wanted a different partner is because I feel he has looked at the numbers and he feels like this man would waste my time, or this man cannot give me.
The John Duran way in dinner.
So you see, imagine picking a John Duran that just woke up at the middle stage of the season. Now John Duran did not make it. He has picked another player. If the case was Victor Osimhen against John Duran, do you think Ronaldo will want to pick Duran? He will not, because
he will not pick Victor Osimhen.
He will.
I want to pick Victor Osimhen.
Okay. Eclipse him now.
No, okay.
Where team where he wants to be the star.
Yes. No, okay. Relax. You look at it from this angle. If you are Eric Chell and you have a World Cup final to play, even if Victor Osimhen is injured and the doctor tells you that with a bit of maybe injections or a bit of medications he will be fit, you want to take your chances, let him be fit instead of playing Victor Boniface. That's to show you the difference, the caliber at which these players are. So I feel Victor Boniface is not just about AC Milan. It's about personally, what has he done in the past seasons.
All right. Context can also be injury, concern, and stuff. So what do you make of the Victor Boniface situation at the moment? The deal as it stands is off. Victor Boniface to AC Milan as it stands is off due to medical concerns, medical uncertainties from AC Milan despite Victor Boniface passing medicals. It must be emphasized that he passed medicals at AC Milan, but the Milan hierarchy are just not comfortable with the results. Like I mentioned, it's a typical case of you score A, you score 75, get A, they say no, you're supposed to score 90 to get A. You go enter and see Pekin, they cry. You ask them why they cry. Didn't you pass? I passed. What happened? I need to have A, I have A. What happened? Daddy beat me because I did not score 95 over 100.
A plus.
You know? So it looks like that. And so what do you make of it? And halftime at Craven Cottage between Fulham and Manchester United. What do you make of it? Do you think Amorim should change approach? It was clear in the match against Arsenal that the combination of Konya and Bremer was working, but needed a touch of a centre forward, a presence in the box. That presence wasn't there in many of the times, and ordinarily you'd be thinking that in this match, Amorim will want to repeat that combination, but bring in Benjamin Sesko to start. But he refuses to start Benjamin Sesko and still playing Buemo, Mount, and Konya. So halftime at Craven Cottage, what do you think will happen? Bruno missing a penalty in the second half. What do you think should change for Manchester United or Fulham as we get ready for the second half of the matchup? Let's have your thought via the phone line 0810 9510 951. That is 0810 9510 951. Milan I is reporting on X that the sporting director of Bayer Leverkusen, speaking to Bild, that's a sports column in Germany, has said if Milan come back, they're on their own. We are not going back to the negotiation table for Boniface. Hi. Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay. Don't know what to call that, but thank you for stopping by. 0810-951-0951. Let's have your thoughts on the show this evening. All right, so I'm getting further confirmation. And it's something in the direction of what Victor Israel said, but I need to confirm it further. I'm getting further feelers regarding the Victor Boniface situation. Good evening.
Good line.
Yes, Water.
How is that?
Yes, please.
Score for the match.
Goalless at halftime.
Huh?
Goalless at halftime. Goalless.
The man was Kazi.
Yeah.
I know you are not a footballer. You are a sports analyst. And you have been seeing this well. See, 30 penalty. The playing penalty. That is first time. Even in national team, they can't win the Portugal. They don't play penalty like this. Just see what did happen. So, for me, Shad, I don't want to sack the man.
So now the coach now make a miss penalty.
For me, for today, when they stop up.
Our coach make a miss penalty. Now coach make this guy miss penalty.
That's just true. That's true. When they give a the plan. That's just true. When they as when they give a that Cameroon boy. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate you for stopping by, Walter from Abba Road. Okay. I'm trying to be sure of what I'm getting here. I'm getting some feelers from Inter, from Italy, for AC Milan precisely, regarding Victor Boniface. And I need to be certain before I break it to you guys. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. What changes? Is United coming back better in the second half, Alex?
No, there've been no changes, and once again we see Bruno Fernandes complaining about something. There seems to be something that has this man rattled since missing that penalty, or right before taking that penalty, and he was complaining right ahead of the second half kickoff. But there has been no changes for either side. I don't know. I think United fans will be frustrated. A lot of people were calling for Šeško to start, and they may have wanted to see him, start as soon as the second half kicked off, but he is still on the bench. We don't know how long it's going to be, but I know that the United fans are going to be crossing their fingers and hoping it's not going to be too long before they see their main man yet again in the middle. United look like they really need a presence in the middle. They are doing almost everything else right, but they need that presence in the middle, and they've started off pretty brightly in the second half, but there is still no goal to report on, and well, we'll keep watching.
And that's what we are doing. We're keeping our eyes on the match. United on the I almost said front foot. That would have mean they've scored, but they haven't scored. So United on the ascendancy right now. Patrick Dogu sends a cross in, and that was headed away. So it's going to be a corner kick for Manchester United. Let's look at what's going down in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Look at the matches, how they are proceeding. But keep your reactions coming through. I'm still taking them. I'm trying to ascertain because I'm getting feelers from Italy at the moment, and I need to be sure of those feelers before I let you in. So I'm doing that as well. While taking your reaction, 0810-9510951. That is 0810-9510951. The SMS on WhatsApp portal is double at 0701 933 9962. This one says, please, can we hear MPFL? Of course, that's what we're doing right now. Your number ends with 1312. We're talking the Nigeria Premier Football League right now, and I'm about to update you on the score lines from different centers. Thank you very much for inquiring. Oh, this one. Okay, that's surely not for us. Definitely not for us. Okay. All right, so why I try to confirm the Victor Boniface situation with Milan, because at the moment, like we reported, that deal is off. Unless AC Milan decides to go back to the negotiation table. But it's Milan Eye reports, quoting Biel. Biel is a media outlet in Germany that the sporting director of AC Milan has said that sporting director of what is it called? Bayer Leverkusen has said that they are unwilling to renegotiate again. All right, so they are unwilling to renegotiate again if they come back to the table for renegotiation. Okay, so that's the further reports that we are getting. There's further developments, but let us in. But before I do that, let's let us in on the score lines. 1-0 rather. Abiawara still leading Kano Pillars. Barrow FC against Enyimba still stands at goalless. El Kanemi Bendel Insurance is 2-0. El Kanemi. Kwara United, Ikorodu City goalless. Rangers International, Kun Khalifa goalless. Shooting, Bayelsa United. Shooting is still leading at the 72nd minute. Wiki Tourist Plateau United 1-0. Wiki Tourists. Now, the provisional list that was released by Eric Shell. Can we trim it down to 23? Let's see if we can trim it down to 23. So let me quickly get the list and let's see who's pulling through, who's not pulling through by virtue of what they've done, and if there's going to be a semblance of what Eric Shell will be using for the qualifiers, that comes up in September. Yeah. So in the list, this is the provincial list. We have goalkeepers: Sterling Wabali, Amaso Basuge, Adebayo Adeleye, Hakode Benesa. Defenders: William Trisekong, Calvin Bassey, Olalowa Aino, Bradus Ayi Samuel, Bruno Onyemechi, Igo Ogbu, Chidozie Awaziem, Felix Agu, Benjamin Fredericks. Midfielders are Alexi Wobi, Frank Onyeka, Alassane Yusuf, Wilfred Ndidi, Fisayo Dele Bashiru, Raphael Onyedika, Chrysanthus Uche. Forwards are Ademola Lukman, Samuel Chukwueze, Victor Osimhen, Moses Simon, Victor Boniface, Nathan Taylor, Siri Desa, Sadiq Omar, Tolu Orokodare, Terem Murphy, Akko Adams. 31 players.
That is going to need a whole lot of trimming if you are to bring it down to 23.
Let's say 23 or 25.
27. Oh, okay, 25.
Yeah.
You're going to have to let go of 6 players. I think you start with maybe a keeper, and okay, you definitely sacrifice the center forward or at least one of the forwards, if not 2. You sacrifice. I don't think you sacrifice the defender. I know Nigeria does not joke with their defenders. They are all we have at this point, and they are the only people we shout for improvement. Almost everyone else is satisfied, or I don't want to assume for everyone else, but I'm satisfied with almost every other area on the pitch, particularly our attack, our creativity. But we have not sorted out our defensive issues. So you would not want to see any defender drop from that list. But I think a keeper or 2 can go if we have to trim down the list, and maybe we'll just give Victor Boniface time to sort out where his head is at mentally, and we tell him bye bye. We are already saying it, just to be realistic, before even the list came out, that we doubt his involvement in the next call up or the next competition, given the number of strikers we have on the pecking order. Where do you place him on that pecking order when you have Victor Osimhen, maybe Cyril Dessers, maybe Tolu Arokodare? Where do you place Victor Boniface on that pecking order? And then you find out that maybe he's not going to be the one you call immediately. I think Sheshko has come on for Manchester United. Sheshko and Dalot. So Amorim saw the need for that change, and he has made the change that United fans have been clamoring for. So let's see how it progresses. He has about 40 minutes plus stoppages to impress and to see what he can effect upon the game. So
Yeah.
we will keep an eye on it. But back to the Super Eagles, we were talking about how we could trim it down. But if we do need to, like we said, there are positions where we need strength in depth and in quality, and particularly the defense. I cannot rave on and on about the defense, about how we need both experience and we need every other. And this is wow. Okay, that's a good tackle by Lenny Euro. I think that was Fulham about to go one-on-one against a very shaky Alter Bayern there. But Lenny Euro with a last-ditch tackle, because if he missed that, that's a red card. But he did get that tackle, but Fulham retained possession. Match is still very tipsy-turvy. Okay, so with the Super Eagles, like we did say, when we're talking about strength in positions and the places you don't want to lose players in, like I said, with the strikers, it's not even about wingers, it's not even about creative players. Center forward, to be precise, we have almost too many, and we still see the emergence of new strikers who can, you'd be arguing, do these players deserve a call up or not? And you're thinking, okay, maybe not immediately, but definitely we don't need to drop any defenders. I think we need as much depth as we can get. In the midfield, they have maybe a couple that I will say have not impressed in recent meetings. I've not watched Al Hassan since the last tournament he played in, which was the AFCON, where he impressed. And you look at players like that and you're looking at, if we have to cut the team down to 25 like he did say Reliance, you're looking at letting at least 6 players go. So no hard feelings, but some players have to be shortened. And
so who let's start from you said you're not dropping any goalkeeper. There are 4 goalkeepers there.
You definitely, I think you drop Harcourt. You definitely have to.
Okay, Harcourt.
Does it seem like the least talented of all of them there? I don't think it's about talent. Maybe it's about experience. And the other 3 will fit the bill, so we can drop Harcourt. I don't think I'll drop any defender. What were the names for the defender?
William Tresekon, Calvin Bassi, Olaoluwa Aino, Bratisai, Samuel, Bruno Nyemechi, Igor Ogbo, Chidozie Awazie, Felix Agu, and Benjamin Fredericks.
I want to be so greedy and not drop a single defender. But
okay, so
I think if you go across the forward line,
so we have 9 defenders there. Yeah? You're picking all of them.
Yeah. Well, it's 2 games, so you'd probably drop one of them. I'd say maybe Benjamin Fredericks, maybe, just maybe. In terms of importance, I don't think he's going to be playing that much of a huge role. I think we have way others that are up there on that pecking order, so he's going to have to sit some of this one out. So, and into that midfield, like I did say, my first name might be Al Hassan. I think we have Onyedika there.
Yeah, Onyedika.
Is Onyeka also?
Yeah,
Onyeka also. So I think we have to drop Al Hassan if I had to.
That's 3 dropped.
So that's 3, and
remaining 3. So you have to drop 3 center forwards.
That's where the problem comes in. Okay, so I did say I'll drop Victor Boniface. There was
remaining 2.
Umar Sadiq there.
Yeah,
I'll drop Umar Sadiq.
Remaining 1.
Who the Reliance? Can't I carry 26 and go? Must I drop down to 25?
I think you can, as the case, I think you have 23 to 26. I think so.
Okay, so 26. So I've dropped 5. I've dropped 5. So I think that's pretty much it. If you can.
If Eric Shell decides to go with 23.
That will raise a lot of questions, because plenty of people will come out and ask, why did you drop this? Why did you drop me? We need this. You look at that team now, and the team you're looking at, it looks like almost everybody there is needed, is necessary. So if you have to chop it down to 23, you're asking some difficult questions, especially considering the matches you have. You are away to South Africa, and that you know how difficult that game is going to be. So you need as many players as you can, as many hands on board as you can get. 23 is going to ask a lot of questions. You're going to be like, why is this person drop? Why did you? And then maybe you end up dropping people that you would not want to see dropping. I'll guess maybe you say, Felix Agu does not have as much experience, but everybody that watched him play will be like, why did you drop this guy? Why did you drop him? So it's going to ask a lot of questions. So I think 25, 26 should be okay.
Okay, so for Alex, he has dropped Omar Sadiq, Victor Boniface.
Good. United finally have the breakthrough from a set piece they learned from Arsenal last week. And that seems like it's Lenny Euro on this one.
But
All right, so United in front, Fulham still down by single goal. Fulham yet to find the back of the net. United have just gone in front against Fulham. I don't know why the camera is focusing on Mooney's. If it was found as a culprit
at the last touch
at any point, but Leniero has given Manchester United the lead at the 58th minute. You could see the frustration on the face of Ruben Amorim before now. So a corner that was considered by Alex Iwobi came in,
deflection,
and Leniero had his head on it. There was a push
off,
so it goes from the back of Muniz, because Muniz.
That's even a touch.
There was a push. Leniero pushed down Calvin Bassey. I don't know if they are going to review that for a foul, but Mbeumo with a cross. Leniero pushed down Calvin Bassey, lifted higher than everybody, had his head on the ball, and he deflected off the back of Muniz into the net. So let's see if there's going to be a video assistant referee check on that, or the referee may have given the go ahead. Of course, the coach of Fulham, Silva, is protesting. There's no check whatsoever. He's protesting why that goal should be allowed to stand. It's now an own goal for Muniz after he deflected the ball into his own net off the head of Lenny Euro. So no check whatsoever.
No, it wasn't something too serious. I think it was too soft to be called, but it's a goal for United and an own goal there for Rodrigo Muniz.
Okay.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, it's given as an own goal
because the direction of the ball was, if
could be argued that it was heading toward the upright.
Yeah.
So that's why it's given as an own goal. So United are now pushing front again. Dogu from the left hand side of the attack for United has the ball. Looked to be this marker with a couple of flicks, but couldn't get the passage to let a pass. So he decides to go back to his teammate. So United once again on the ascendancy, looking to see if they can complement on the lead given to them by Rodrigo Muniz, or Fulham might come back into the game. All right, so that's it. Back to the list. So we are looking at how to trim this list down. For you, who would you be dropping? Will you be dropping any defender? Alex says he's not going to drop any defender. Harcourt will be allowed to go. Alassane Youssef will be allowed to go. And then Victor Boniface will be allowed to go. Omar Sadiq will be allowed to go. That's 4 players he has dropped from 31, remaining 26 he takes for the qualifiers. For you, Victor, who are you dropping?
And for the goalkeepers, I think Ebenezer Harcourt will still be there for the sake of representing the home base.
Community slot.
Community slot. So I think Ebenezer Harcourt will be there. He might not kick a ball, but he will be there. So I'll be dropping Amas or Basoge from the team, going with Ebenezer Harcourt, knowing fully well that Stanley Nwabali will always be in goal for the games. So for the defenders, I will not want to drop anybody, because we know that these defenders are very much, they are very much needed in this team. Looking at the defenders, I see maybe a bit of rotation. We'll get to see all of them get into action. Then for the midfield, I'll be dropping Alassane Youssef. No disrespect to the man, every other midfielder there is very much above him when it comes to quality, because we've seen this man play. Some said he is the N'Golo Kante of Nigeria, but believe me, I was trying to watch and see if truly that's what he is, but I never saw that. So I just feel he surplus the requirements when it comes to this midfield. Then
a quick one: Castagne and Sessegnon taking off Wilson. That's for Fulham by Marcus Silva. Wilson and Robinson just introduced for Fulham.
But I think what was Marcus Silva doing? Keeping we know what Harry Wilson can do from the long range. He has the shot power. He's also good when it comes to dead ball situations. I don't know why he had the man on the bench since. And Robinson, I said it in the first half that it's either Calvin Bassey is playing as a left back because Robinson is injured. But I never knew Robinson was actually fit for this game. So the game is still very much open, and we might get to see another goal again, maybe from Manchester United or even from Fulham. But the game is still very open for anyone.
All right.
Back to the team. I feel okay. I'll be dropping Amas Obasege from the goalkeepers.
Yeah.
I'll be dropping Alassane Yusuf from the midfielders. And for the attackers, I think there are too many. There are too many, and most of them will not even get a run out in this team. So for the attackers, I'll be dropping Sadiq Umar. I think we've gone past that stage of doing cross and nod in the Super Eagles, because that is what Sadiq Umar gives for me.
Shots fired.
No, for me, that is what Sadiq Umar brings to this team. He is that physical presence where you cross the ball. Even if you want to play cross and nod, we have someone in Victor Osimhen that he has a physical presence. He is good at what we will want to do if we want to resort to crossing the balls into the box. Then there's also Tolu Arokodare that can also give us a presence up there. And if we want to go with a different approach, there is Terry Murphy also. So I feel I will be dropping Sadiq Umar, I'll be dropping Adams, Akko. That's 4 players being dropped. This is 31 list. If I take out 4, that's 27.
27, yeah.
That's still remaining. I think it's 26. So if I take out 1 now, it's complete.
Yeah.
Okay.
One are they fear to trim it down to 23?
23.
Yeah.
No, if you want to trim it down to 23, then there are some names you will drop and people will be like,
Make noise, yeah.
yes.
Now,
So
will you guys be surprised if Eric Shell trims this down to 23?
we won't be surprised, because I feel he wants a smaller team that he can manage, not a team where you have too many like-for-like players in the same team, where you'll be having selection headache. But if he has a smaller team, it's easier to manage a smaller team than having a full big squad.
So why can't you guys trim it down to 23?
Okay.
When I see here the great coaches they get.
Let me be brutal and trim it down to 23.
So you've
taking
dropped
out
4.
That's taking out 8 players.
Yeah, so you need to
So you need to drop 4 more.
4
You
more.
have to touch the defense. You have to- that
For sure,
defense
for
really
sure,
want touch.
for sure. I will have to touch the defense. I will look at my centre back pairing. I think William Trustekong and Kevin Bassi. Then with this is a very big problem. Chidozie Awaziem will be coming in as a right back in this team. So I feel we have too many right backs already. So Chidozie Awaziem will be going out of the team.
3 more to go.
And for the midfield, Alexi will be friend Didi. I think.
Let's drop.
I think you are
probably Terry Murphy from the forward.
Yeah, for sure. I feel Siridesa should be dropped.
No, did I hear you well?
No. See, okay.
Wait, on the pecking order after Victor Osimhen, I have Siri
Okay. No, I just saw a name, Nathan Teller.
Oh.
Teller plays as a wing back for Bayer Leverkusen.
So can also play as a wing forward.
Yeah, he can play as a wing forward, but we look at our wing forwards. We have Ademola Lookman, we have Chukwueze, we have Moses Simon.
So you drop him.
I tell you that I will drop Chukwueze right now. Like currently, I'll drop Chukwueze and take Nathan Teller. Right now.
You can drop him here, but when we look at Nigeria, he is up there in the pecking order ahead of this man, no matter where he sits on the bench for AC Milan. So
3 more to go.
I will drop Victor Boniface.
You didn't drop him before?
Yeah, I didn't drop him before.
2 more to go.
I would drop.
Drop Murphy.
I'll drop Murphy. Terry Murphy.
1 more to go.
Daily Bashiru. Let's go.
I'm looking at. I don't know. Maybe I stand to be corrected, but I feel Didi is I get him before.
So you want to drop Didi? 0810 9510.
Don't come for me, please.
9510.
No,
You can't drop Didi again.
No, I will not drop. No, I will not drop Didi. For the sake of our son is out of the team already.
Your time don't pass.
I'll drop Dele
Hello,
Bashiru.
good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, please welcome. Okay, go ahead, please.
As the list, I got so many players who have draft from there.
I beg call her maybe here. Don't drop the entire list too.
I got so many players, but I didn't follow the program. I just they come online now, so I couldn't fix out the name. But you get one player when I want to ask either they for the list or either they play ball for Nigeria.
Who is that?
The Coyote guy that play for Brentford that played yesterday.
Coyote.
Yes.
That I think he has allegiance with Italy at the moment.
Oh, I would have loved that guy if that guy would have played for Nigeria. Yes, I love it. Then, but for the list, I beg this guy Peremofi, they should drop him.
Everybody don't drop him inside the studio.
Yeah, this tall guy, Sadiq, make you know they there.
They don't drop him too.
Then that guy will make mistake for Nations Cup against South Africa. That midfielder, Abi Yusuf,
Alassane Yusuf.
Like yes, make you know near there. at all.
Unanimous decision. Okay.
No, make you know they there. Then Ndidi. The way they now, Ndidi know they okay. I for say, make them just give him a chance. Make him just day, but Chukwueze not there for the team. I know, like,
okay.
Those are the people that I can drop
Thank
on that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you for stopping by, Kabula Barry. Let me read some messages. Hello, wow, this is pretty lengthy. Hello, 95.1 Sports Crew. You guys are too quick to rate teams before the league starts. City won 4-0. City won 4-0. Agent Wolf and someone was already giving them all 3 points against Spurs. Even the Ange Postecoglou, who plays an open defense, Spurs were still beating them, let alone with a certain Thomas Frank, I'll be meant to, right, who is known for a tight defense. City is not the City we know anymore. As a checkbook manager he is, Pep has spent over 200 million since January this year, yet people still say he needs more players and he's a genius. We are watching another 500 million to rebuild his team will soon be released. An open check which always defines his ability. As far as I'm concerned, this City team can't win the league this season. Arsenal is more of a threat to Liverpool right now than City. Sports will be there as spoilers. Are you guys seeing the robbery in the EPL? A sharp push on Bassi, who could have contested for the ball, was not given as a foul, but United fans won't complain. It's VAR didn't even review. If VAR didn't even review it because it was United. It's well. Thank you very much. And number ends with 07039. Someone should come and help Man U. They are suffering. When Man U sign Chesko and no put them for starting lineup, them no one Newcastle United to sign them. Anissa go to Liverpool bar. Your number ends with 0147. All right. Unfortunately, we have to end things there. Numbers, the calls are still coming in. Thank you very much for doing this with us since the 1 o'clock hour. Unfortunately, we have to end things there. We'll be back here tomorrow 6:30 a.m. for Sports Attack, and then you will have another opportunity to weigh in on the conversation. Thank you to the guys. Thank you to you. Up next will be 6 o'clock news updates. Good evening.
Ethnic Nation Language Committee cordially invites all Ekwe sons and daughters to the holiday lessons and presentation of translated national anthem, audio and print, Ekwe orthography, newly translated words in Ekwe language and its website. Date, Monday 25th, opening ceremony, Tuesday 26th to Friday 29th August 2025. Time, 10 a.m. daily. Venue, Ekwe House, King Street, Ahoda. Zoom meeting ID, 8137-9722-038. Code BIOXTP. Chairman of the occasion, Dr. Ukechukwu Michael Nyeminim, President General Zubanekbe. Special guest of honor, Honorable Goodluck Ehenacho, Sole Administrator, Ahoda East Local Government Council. Guest of honor, Alhaji Shehu Digi, Controller of Immigration, Commandant, Nigerian Immigration Training School, Ahoda. Royal Father of the Day, His Imperial Majesty, Eze Sir Ambassador Kelvin Ngozi Anugo, PhD, DSSRS, JP, AP, Ezekbe Logo III of Ekpe Ethnic Nation, and Akalaka the 12th. Also specially invited are all Ezigu and Royal Fathers. Dr. Uma Doris Ugu, Secretary, Announcer.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Queen Chima. The Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has urged air travellers to check which airport agency and stakeholders are responsible for any issues before reporting such problems. In an advisory graphic by the Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, Obiageli Ora, and posted on the authority's social media channels, FAN said knowing the agencies will speed up solutions and improve service. It further reminded the public that how the authority builds and maintains airport infrastructure and manages safety and security. Airports operate through a team of agencies and private partners. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has called on President Bola Tinubu to immediately suspend a proposed salary increase for political office holders, including the president, vice president, governors, their deputies, and lawmakers. The organization, in a letter dated August 23, 2025, signed by SERAP Deputy Director Kolawole Oluwadari, labeled the proposal as patently unlawful and unconstitutional. It urged Tinubu to direct the Revenue Mobilization Allocation Fiscal Commission to halt the pay rise, which it argues violates Nigeria's constitution and international human rights obligations. SERAP also called on the President and Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fabemi, to comply with a 2021 Federal High Court ruling by Justice Chuka Obiozo, which mandated the RMAFC to review and reduce lawmakers' salaries to reflect Nigeria's economic realities. SERAP criticized the RMAFC for prioritizing salary increases for politicians at a time when over 133 million Nigerians live in poverty and many state governments struggle to pay workers' salaries and pensions. The organization urged Tinubu to reject the pay rise and encourage other political leaders to do the same, warning that failure to act within 7 days could lead to legal action to enforce compliance. The former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has declared that he would back anyone that emerges winner of the African Democratic Congress ADC primary in 2026. Atiku said it would not matter whether he wins the party's ticket or not. Atiku, one of the top leaders of the coalition movement, addressed members of the party during the welcome ceremony of the new defectors to the coalition party in Lagos State yesterday. ADC received top members of the ADC and Labour Party into its fold. The defectors were welcomed into the ADC folds by the National Secretary, Rauf Arebeshola, Senator Kolowole Ogunwale, and the state ADC Chairman, George Ashiru. Atiku, represented by Professor Ola Olatiju, was the guest speaker at the ceremony. On the question of who would emerge as the presidential candidate of the party, Atiku said only the party would determine that. Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has pledged to prioritize youth and women in governance by reserving at least 50% of elective and appointive offices for them. The party's National Secretary, Rauf Arebeshola, made the declaration in Lagos during a ceremony to welcome defectors from the People's Democratic Party, Labour Party and other political groups into the ADC fold. Arebeshola explained that the party's constitution explicitly guarantees 35% representation for women and another 35% for youth, ensuring that their combined presence in leadership structures will never fall below 50%. The party chieftain emphasized that the ADC is not controlled by an individual but by a collective of patriotic citizens determined to rebuild Nigeria. He criticized the hardship and uncertainty confronting the nation, warning that any government that fails to prioritize citizens' welfare risks losing legitimacy. The factional chairman of the African Democratic Congress, Nafiu Bella, has described as fake and fraudulent creation by desperate political actors, a resignation letter purportedly attributed to him. The Director of Media and Public Affairs in the Office of the National Chairman, Christopher Okechukwu, explained in a statement that the document, dated May 18, 2025, was not authored or signed by Bella and does not have the official stamp of the ADC in it. The statement further explained that Bella has not vacated from his position as the chairman of the party and continues to lead its following due process as contained in its constitution. Describing the letter as fake and a desperate ploy designed to destabilize the future of the party in the country, according to the statement, Bella has not at any time resigned from his position as Deputy National Chairman of the ADC, nor has he relinquished his leadership role following the legitimate transition processes outlined in the party constitution. He called on INEC to reject any unauthorized documentation and recognize only Bella's leadership, and called on all party members nationwide to remain vigilant against misinformation campaigns. And on the foreign scene, planes and tanks have pounded parts of Gaza City as Israel's plans to seize the territory, largest urban area, increase pressure on nearly a million Palestinians living there. Residents have spoken of uninterrupted explosions in northern and eastern parts of the city. Israeli troops have also returned to blow up buildings in the refugee camp of Jabalia, further north. The territory's Hamas-run health ministry said 64 people were killed and nearly 300 injured in Israeli attacks in the past 20 hours. It said the overall number of those killed since Israel launched its massive campaign to defeat Hamas had risen to 62,686, with another 157,951 injured. Israel's military launched an operation in Gaza in response to the Hamas-led attack on the southern Israel on the 7th of October 2023, in which about 1,200 people were killed and 251 others were taken hostage. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you so much for listening. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues, today on Today 95.1